Want me to carry that remote?
Let me make sure it works.
Yeah, just because I'm gonna do this from, then I'll just do this whole floor first.
Alright, I guess I'll join on in like 1 sec. I'll be back.
Okay. Elliot, can you open up the stream and take a listen to the audio?
Open the stream?
Yeah.
What you talking about, Willis? The OBS?
No, Twitch.
Oh, right.
You're gonna need the chat open anyway.
Hold on. Twitch dot.
Why is it buffering?
I'm listening to a commercial.
Jesus, we got 2 people in here already. David Hayter is one of those people.
David Hayter?
David Hayter has joined us.
No way. The voice actor of Solid Snake himself?
Solid Snake himself. Alright, if there are people watching this right now, please let me know how the audio volumes are. If I need to turn anyone up, I can turn desktop audio up or music or whatever it is.
Oh, hold on. Seems good.
Okay. You can hear yourself okay?
Yeah, I can hear myself okay. Although I'm mad at you now because of you, I had to hear my own voice, and I hate the sound of my own voice.
I'm very sorry.
You son of a bitch.
Audio is good. It's okay. Been waiting for this one. Awesome. Yes, Darkon, you're getting your coding stream.
As per requested. Okay.
Straight from Yusuke through my computer and into Twitch itself. He'll be back in a second, by the way. I don't know what he's doing. He's vacuuming or something. Someone's vacuuming something. That's all I know.
Something is getting cleaned.
Yes.
How do I?
I'm gonna close Skype.
Oh, I should tweet.
Yeah, I'm also gonna get my tweet on. God, why do keyboards sound fucking crazy through Skype or
Oh, is it doing
Hangouts?
that clackle thing?
Yeah, it's so weird. It sounds like you're mashing up a bunch of aluminum foil in front of your mic.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to keep it down.
It's cool. It's cool.
I need one of those like headphone mics.
Have you seen the Antlion mod mic?
No.
It's basically, so you can buy whatever headphones you want, and it's like a little attachment that you can stick on the side of your headphones, and then it comes with a mic a boom mic that you can clip on and off.
Oh, weird.
So it's cool because you can have like really super high quality headphones and still have a mic attached to them, or not attached to them.
Could you? Wait, what is it called again?
An Antlion mod mic.
Huh. Interesting. Huh. It's pretty nifty.
Whoa, that's here.
Let's see, I'm gonna turn you guys up a bit.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. I'm gonna go into like a food coma any moment now.
What did you guys just eat?
We've just been eating all day pretty much. Starting yesterday.
Rough life.
Dude. Those starving kids in Africa don't know how hard I have it. Phew. Let's see. Ooh, I have mod privileges, right?
Yes. I mean, you're probably on the Cerebrawl account, so yes.
I am. Hello, everybody. What are you working on today?
Trying not to die.
Uh-oh, are you sick again?
I've been sick since Tuesday.
I've been sick since 1985.
I missed pretty much everything fun for Christmas.
Oh no.
I did Christmas from home, where Julie went to her parents, and I got on Google Hangouts, and she just unwrapped my gifts for me over Google Hangouts.
That's so sad.
Yeah. We were supposed to go to the mountains too, but we had to cancel that.
Holy shit, people are... I'm blowing up on Twitter all of a sudden.
Hey, Clem Smith? Cly M. Smith? Clem Smith.
How are you?
I'm gonna set up follower alerts. Twitch alerts. So that we know when people follow us. Ads, CLR browser. Okay.
Okay, hey, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, cool dude.
What is up?
Got it right first and third time. Alright, Clem Smith then. We're doing okay, how you doing?
Pretty good. Excited to show off some code. Or whatever, you know.
Connect to Twitch. Yusuke, do you have the Twitch chat open anywhere?
I do.
Okay, good. We got 7 follows today?
What? When?
I don't know. David Hayter followed us an hour ago.
Is that a troll account or is that the real David Hayter?
I don't know. I don't know. David Hayter, is that actually you? If it's actually you, you have to tell us or it's entrapment.
Can you make the voice?
Yeah, it's okay. I'm getting better.
How do I pull up just the chat? Like, if I want to turn this.
Oh, click on the little settings button, the gear, and do pop out.
Aw, damn it. Dude, click on David Hayter's name. It's awesome.
I can't. Oh, wait. Yep. It's David Hayter, alright.
Everyone, click on David Hayter's name. It's pretty awesome.
I am not. Nice. Good to know. Alright, so since I'm pretty flexible with what I can work on right now, and since we're all about power to the people, if you want, please vote at this poll, and in like 5 minutes I'll probably get started here.
Can you give me a link to that poll and I'll put it on Twitter as well?
Yes, I can give you a link.
I will retweet said.
Fudge, I might have lost the folder. It's okay, I'll just edit it. 4.2. There we go. Alright. Sure. Yeah. And then, so people might be wondering kind of what these tasks are, so I'll talk a little bit about each of them.
Okay.
Hit stun affecting all players. Actually, I can just pull up the game, can I? For everyone who's played our beta or our alpha, you'll notice that if you try to do a super or call an assist and then the assist is a super, it basically freezes. It looks like the game is stuttering a lot. And that's really just a consequence of the fact that the hit stun just affects all the characters. So like if I call, here's my assist, and I walk backwards, you'll see I'm kind of freezing here.
Try jumping. It'll show it off more.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah. So I could fix that. Finishing assist calls. So our game, as it is right now, you kind of just when you call an assist, the assist command is hard coded. This would give the assist character, assist player, the ability to choose what the assist command is.
Mm-hmm.
And then command ring buffer is kind of my favorite. Basically, the way that we get commands in post games or most fighting games is by basically adding them all to a list and then seeing if that list matches any of the commands. So, for example, like every single frame, we just kind of check if there's a new button in, and every time there's a new button, we kind of just put that into this giant list and then check that against like all the commands, like quarter circle forward punch, or like double quarter circle forwards, like all 3 buttons for the supers or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be implementing that functionality or making it easier to do in Cerebrawl. Customizable input, so giving people the ability to kind of control what their inputs are. And then if you want to have me work on something else, just say other and just type it in the chat or something.
Did I tweet already? Yes, I did. Okay, there's a tweet out.
Cool. So give it like 5 minutes.
Oh fuck, actually. I gotta delete this tweet because... Alright, hold on. Settings. I don't want to do link shortening. There we go.
You're not supposed to be able to double jump after a super jump?
Correct.
Okay.
Add images, capture, open, yes, there we go. There we go. Okay.
What are you gonna be working on, Elliot?
I'm probably gonna be working on some painting as a warm-up, and then probably work on animation afterwards. Yes, I gotta work on the special,
Ooh.
the beam.
Oh, the beam.
The beam special, yes.
I've heard legends about the beam. How long's your warm-up take?
I usually warm up for like half an hour, maybe an hour.
Gotcha.
Yeah. What up, Zinek?
See, the nice thing about this stream, the way that we're doing this, is that if we want to take a look at what Elliot's doing too, we can.
Wait, we can?
Yeah, you just switch to your screen share.
Oh shit, you're right.
It's magic. What's up, Zanak?
That's awesome.
Now let's see if OBS is telling me that I'm using too much CPU. Nope, we're good. Yay. Oh, it did freeze and I can't minimize it though, so that's cool.
Oh no.
I'm just gonna not touch it.
Yeah, just, that's how I deal with most of my problems. Just ignore it and they'll go away.
Exactly. Where were you gonna go, Zanak?
Come on, Zinek. We all know this is the coolest place you could possibly be.
Exactly. It's Saturday. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's true.
Yeah, we figured since it was just code today, it might not be a huge deal. I don't know. Trust me, you don't need to capture all of my mistakes in like 60 frames per second.
Yeah, so this is what Elliot's working on.
That is beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, there's a lot of problemos in here.
Alright, let's find some music to listen to.
Alright.
Is there a way to get us all listening to the same music?
Nope.
Is that possible through Google Hangouts? No?
Sure isn't.
That's alright, I
It
guess.
would be like a really shitty distorted sound, I think. Alright, let's see if anyone's voted.
It's probably
One
gonna be
vote. One vote for it. It's gonna be Will. Doesn't want to be on the stream, but he wants to. Alright, it's still affecting all players and command ring buffer. Those are the votes right now. We have a tie. Let's say Aaron, you're the tiebreaker. What do you?
Oh
who goes
gosh.
to?
Hit
Or
stun affecting
Elliot.
all players. I want
What?
to see what happens.
Yeah.
Alright, hit stun affecting all players?
Mm-hmm.
It is. Cool. Alright, we'll start on that. Who knows? Maybe I'll knock more than one out. Hey, look. Oh yeah, rabbit. I've used that before. Nice.
As have I.
You know, that'd be kind of
That's
cool.
true. Rabbit would be
You know,
interesting.
You know what'd be funny is if we made the stream like have no background music and then we just streamed the music we want people to listen to through Rabbit, and that way we could actually repost these without the copyright issues because people could listen to our stream.
That is a very good idea.
Ew.
It just depends on how many people can use Rabbit simultaneously. Okay. Alright, well, while that's getting set up, let's talk a little bit about, I don't know if people are curious, but we can talk a little bit about my setup and I'll walk through kind of what I'm thinking to solve this problem here. So, I think as quite a few of you know, we're making Cerebrawl in Unity. So, we have a few objects here. I code a majority of it. It's coded in C#, and I use Visual Studio 2015 in contrast to like Mono Develop, because Mono Develop is a very poor editor when you compare that to the power of Visual Studio. So I have that hooked up, and it's using the Unity 5 tools and everything, so I can debug with Visual Studio. It's a very nice. I've enjoyed working with it thus far. All right, so let's talk a little bit about kind of what I'm going to do here, or what causes this stuff. So, effectively, whenever you hit someone, the game freezes for like a certain period of time, like a certain number of frames. And that's kind of controlled by this global switch I put into this game engine object. So the game engine object basically knows what all the characters that are in the current battle are, and basically knows how to freeze all of those. Yeah, so right here, it's got the hit freeze frames count right here, and we chose to freeze 10 frames whenever two people kind of come in contact with each other. I think just going back to kind of how we implemented the game, we don't use Unity's physics at all. And the reason why is because it's really hard to control that properly. As in, basically, it's really time dependent, and when you really want to be is dependent on the number of frames that pass through. So we have this giant loop that runs 60 frames per second that just basically increments the whole game one step at a time. And you can kind of see that loop here in the game engine's fixed update function. So basically, every 60 frames a second, this thing runs, changes the state of the game, and it updates the visuals to kind of reflect that. So the way that hit freeze frames work right now is basically whenever there is a collision, it just freezes the game. So you can actually see that code here. Is this pretty legible to you guys? Like,
It seems it's fine if like people
full screen it?
full screen, yeah.
Okay, maybe I can make this a little bit bigger. Let me see.
So like a zoom.
There is a way to make the text larger. I just haven't done that before. Oh, Darkon can read it. Hey, it's Darkon. What's up? Nice. You're the instigator of this week's stream, man. So glad you're here. Darkon was asking a lot of questions in our Discord chat. So I thought, why not just show him? Okay, I think I found it.
What did I just close?
Select options from the tools menu. And the environment. Select fonts. Colors. Let's set it to like 14. How's that look? Alright. How's that?
Much better. Fantastic.
Cool. Alright, so I'll roll with this. Okay. Cool. So like I was saying, basically the way that the hit freeze works is global. Basically, if there's some sort of collision that occurred between two characters that's valid, it just adds to the number of these freeze frames left. And right here, it checks to see if it's frozen. If it is, it just decrements the freeze frames and then returns true. And then basically, if it's not frozen, we actually play the game. Cool. Nice. Okay, let me know if you guys have questions and stuff too, because or if there's like some visual thing I can do as well. I love talking about code, especially the code I write. So, all right. So that's kind of how it works. But basically, as we kind of see here, if we actually play the game, it freezes everything, right? So what we have to do is introduce kind of individual freeze frames. So basically, when these two characters like collide with each other, I have to freeze the two of them for 10 frames, but basically have everything else moving at the same time. And I bet we're gonna run into some weird issues like, you know, how the hit collisions work and stuff like that, but that's kind of my approach. So, yeah, Kleinsmith, I hope I'm pronouncing it right. If you have questions, shoot. Are the physics in Unity sucky in general, including 3D, or just for 2D? So I haven't actually worked a lot with Unity with 3D physics in particular. To be honest with you, all the stuff I do is 2D. I've heard from people that the 3D physics works pretty well, but it's not always reliable. So effectively, when you're working with a fighting game, it's really important that the two simulations are kind of identical, especially for like network play. Like you can imagine if two people are kind of playing on the network or something, you want both of their games to be in the exact same state, as close to it as possible. Getting that sort of position, from my understanding, isn't really possible with Unity because there's glitches that just happen sometimes. This is all secondhand for me, by the way. Our other developer, John Mina, actually has has done a lot more work on that. But I think for most things, you know, it's okay. It's just with when you start thinking about network play, you might have to use a different strategy than just using the physics directly. Like having your server or whatever just be authoritative and tell every other simulation kind of where they should be at any given point. Yeah, cool. So you've had the same experience. That's good to know. I really want to try Unreal Engine's physics. I have a feeling that they probably did a better job of it, considering that that engine has been, you know, in development for decades.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Unity's been around for at least 8 years, I want to say.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, Unreal has been around for fucking ever.
Right. I know. It is C++ though, so it's gonna be a little bit slower to get stuff done.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's what I'm thinking for my little fix here. First, I'm gonna disable freeze frames, like global freezing entirely. Just make that stop being a thing, and then I'm just gonna add individual ones for various characters. Yeah, 2D Toolkit's a very good tool. We use it too, actually. And we actually had to modify ours a little bit to get things working properly. So, what do you think? Should I show it off a little bit?
Yeah, go for it.
It's pretty nice. So, if you open up, like, so we use 2D Toolkit, at least for, like, playing animations. It's like here. Okay, so we use 2D Toolkit for playing our animations. And we actually, bought some source code and modified it a bit. So we've got all these animations that are individual sprites that we've loaded into the game. So like this is called Looks Like That. And it's been pretty nice. You can like play the animations and stuff like that. But we added some functionality to make it into, a fighting game animation editor. So
does the witch have a third leg poking out between her two legs?
Oh, she does. That's interesting.
Shh. Secret, guys. Secret.
Alright, she's a tripod.
That's not a third leg.
That's, yeah.
It's a smear, you ding dong.
Anyway, continue, sorry.
I think what makes me laugh the most about this, Elliot, is how annoyed you get when we focus. It's totally cool, man. Like I get why it exists. Like
no, you guys don't get it.
No, disregard my comments. I'm a 12-year-old.
Yeah. Anyway, so we added some stuff to basically allow you to kind of highlight hurt boxes. So if I wanted to add a hitbox, we're gonna make it a little bit nicer in the future as well. If I wanted a hitbox, I just click Add Hitbox, move it to the location I want, which is completely through text right now. -1, let's say like 5. Let's say that she's just, yeah. There you go. There's the beam. Whenever Elliot gets the beam done.
Yes, I'm on it.
Yeah. There you go. And then that basically collides with others. So. Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, I'm just showing off our animations. And how we do
Oh.
that. Yeah. And we just add a bunch of other data to it too, like the attack type, because you have to know that. How much it stuns someone, that's really interesting too. And block stuns, which I don't think we use yet, but that'll be interesting too.
I'm just going to test our follower alert real quick. Okay, fantastic. Sorry about that. Continue.
No, it's cool.
There was air horns.
Oh yeah, I love those things. Okay, so anyway, yeah, 2D Toolkit. It really helped us out. So back to this code here. Oh, that's fine. Darkon, you can, I don't think that anything we did here is like revolutionary. So, alright. So the way that the game engine works I think I showed it a little bit, is we have these players attached to it. And each of these player objects has a character component that's added to it in the game. And this character component kind of has same I don't know what you call it, pattern as the game engine, where it basically has a function that's called 60 frames a second to kind of decide what state it's in. So I think all I was going to do is just make it so that if there's, every character has like a number of frozen frames that it could be in, and if it's in a frozen frame right now, it just freezes and nothing happens with it. So let's give that a shot. First thing I'll do is, so I think we talked a little bit about kind of how our game has its own physics implemented. And one of the other concerns that we had, I think, when we were starting this is the netcode, right?
Mm-hmm.
Network play is really important. So basically, we follow a pattern that will let us take advantage of GGPO in the future. The way that GGPO kind of works is basically it doesn't send state data, like it doesn't tell you what state the characters are in. It just sends you input data from one player, from one person to the other one. And it assumes that both sides will be able to keep track of kind of how the characters are at a particular point in time. And what it does actually is it guesses in the case where like you don't get the input fast enough. So every single frame in a fighting game is 1 second divided by 16.6 milliseconds. The typical latency that you'll see in like a network game is like 50 milliseconds or so. Not nearly enough time to actually get input and act off of that. So what it does, it guesses what the input that it's going to receive is from the other player. And if it's wrong, it has to go back in time and replay the physics to kind of catch up back to that regular point. So in order to kind of facilitate that mechanic, you have to be able to store the state of the game in like some object and store that over 20 frames and be able to recalculate that within like 16.6 milliseconds. So what we do is we kind of have this character state object that literally stores all the information that could change about a character. So what's cool is as long as I have the character state for every single character, I could recalculate the game. Like it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter how close it is to how it was a frame ago. It's completely determinate off of the current state to calculate that. Let me see. Edit the colliders during the animations. Edit the data to edit the colliders during the animation in the animator. I'm not sure what. I'm just reading what you're saying, Darkon. During the animation in the animator. Oh, I see. So you have like a script that just like move the colliders every single time the animation's kind of updated. Yeah, I mean, I think that works okay too. Oh, I see. But you're using Unity's colliders, which work okay. I was using the raycast for a long time, but I feel like that's a little bit slower than the way I chose to do it, where I'm not even using the colliders, because every single time you add like a new game object into Unity, it's a performance hit. Not a huge one unless you have like thousands, but it's almost always better to just kind of like, if it makes sense to do so, just like roll it into your own kind of custom thing that doesn't rely on Unity calculating like all the colliders are, or trying to figure that out for you. Yeah. Are we using Unity colliders to detect collisions or your own stuff? We are using our own stuff right now. And it's fairly straightforward. It just checks two boxes and sees if they kind of intersect with each other, and if they do, it just returns true. And then we have a bunch of custom code that works off of that as well. I mean, that's super quick in terms of operations on the CPU, like instructions. In contrast to like having to check 3D colliders or something like that. So. We didn't really roll our own because it was like a performance need, at least as far as we know. We just did it because it was easier for us, especially since we're not taking advantage of Unity's physics. Like, basically, making this fighting game and making it so that the netcode is going to be really performant in the future forces us to not use a lot of what Unity has to offer. So we can't really use colliders for the most part. Or like we can't make any decisions about the gameplay itself off of information that Unity gives us, or any of like the constructs for the most part. Give you a frame of lag between detection of a system. That's true. It could be that, yeah. Because our fixed updates are going at a different rate than our actual updates, and the actual updates are based on is what those colliders are based off of, there could be some jitter there. But we solved that for the input too, and we probably could have done the same solution for the colliders if we wanted to use it. But it's about 10 lines to write good collision logic for boxes. So although I don't know, maybe in the future we actually want to go sprite by sprite, but that's really more like an Elliot or Will question. Is that something you'd be interested in, Elliot? Is having like having the sprites actually be like the collision detection?
No. Yeah. I'm gonna say no, because if the sprites themselves are the collision boxes, then you can't balance them. It's just they are what they are.
Yes, that's true. Well, what you do is you basically kind of like highlight a box, and then every piece of like this, every pixel within that box would be considered a collision.
I see. Huh. No.
I mean, I think that's just a stylistic choice at the end of the day. So
yeah, I think a process that's that much automated tends to create more problems, and yeah, stuff like that tends to cause problems, I think.
It's not automated so much as that's putting a lot of the responsibility of the gameplay on the animation, in contrast to like the control that's separate from that, from the animation.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah.
I don't know. I still don't. I don't see it.
Willpower brings up a good point.
What's a AABB, by the way?
Yeah, I like I think that's the technique where you take two lines and then use that to figure out the collision.
Oh, huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. SJ willpower, I think you're right. Like if I make an artistic decision, I don't want it to affect the gameplay as well. Balanced by art style. Yeah. Can you use sprites as collision boxes?
That would be bad because you would have to, like, the collision boxes aren't going to be the same size as the sprite ever. So you'd still have to be able to draw collision boxes separately.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't think we don't really need to do an axis line bounding box because our squares are, in its current implementation, they're always axis aligned. Like you can't really rotate any geometric shapes or create any arbitrary ones as of right now. And I don't know. I think that depends on kind of where we want to take the game. Yeah.
I don't. At least not currently, but I don't see the need for that. At least not yet.
Yeah.
I'm really struggling to think of a game that has done their hitboxes that way.
I don't think I've seen a fighting game do it. Fighting games I've seen, at least the 2D ones I've seen, are the squares, or it's actually based on the actual animation itself. But I haven't looked at the code of every single fighting game.
Yeah.
So. Oh, Street Fighter 4 does it?
They have rotated hitboxes? Oh.
That's interesting.
I know Marvel vs. Capcom 3 has the orbs because they just what is it? They skin all their hitboxes to the animation skeletons.
Oh, is that what they do?
I'm pretty sure that's how they do it.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
The first engine we did, or the first thing we tried, UFE, the Universal Fighting Engine, did that. Where they attached those. And I don't know. It seemed like it was hard to get the feel right with those.
Yeah, I got the same feeling too. And also, it was I couldn't figure out a way to use it because we were using 2D animations and we didn't have any bones to connect it to.
Right, yeah, because then we'd have to basically do bone rigging for every single
Yeah,
2D animation.
yeah. It just made the workload bigger for no reason.
That's probably a good point. Okay, so I've actually got the part that does the freeze frames in the game already. Basically, you just add this freeze frames left state into the character state object, and if it's greater than 0, actually, if it's greater than 0, then it'll decrement it, and if it's less than 0, or if it's 0, it'll just run like normal. So there's my first crack at it, and then let's take a look at the actually getting these freeze frames populated. So
Construct 2. What is Construct 2?
It's a Flash-based game engine, as far as I know. From what I remember, or at least it outputs as Flash or something.
Oh, Willpower asks, have you contacted the Canons about GGPO for your game?
Yes.
From my communication with them, they don't have any plans to support Unity.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
yeah, but you don't. I mean, if we really want to use GGPO, and I'm not saying we're going to at the end of the day, although we definitely guarantee that the net play is going to be super smooth regardless. You could just compile the C++ code from GGPO into native applications and then link them into Unity. So it's not, you know, I think it just means that they won't officially support Unity, but that's not necessarily a blocker for us as far as using it if we really wanted to.
Oh, you're saying, yeah, we could actually retrofit the code to work for us if we had to.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, it would just be a little bit tricky, but it's not impossible.
Why are we using Unity versus Construct 2? Construct is not nearly as robust as Unity, and we need an extremely robust engine. I don't mean to look down on Construct. I think it's a perfectly good engine, but I think it's a good starting engine. It's built on being able to quickly and easily put together games and kind of learn how games are made, rather than making a full-featured game like we're looking to do, if that makes sense. One thing I did want to mention, this morning someone posted a thread for us on our Kappa, and it was even though we got some seriously ridiculous responses because it's our Kappa, it actually made a huge impact on our fundraising. We raised about $250 today.
Wait, send me this. Send me this link.
Okay.
Oh, it's that Art Kappa, that subreddit in general is just hilarious.
Yeah, it was super nice. They sent an email to us as well saying that they really just wanted to promote our game, and they did. they really did, and we really appreciate it. If you go to Art Kappa, it's on there. I'll send you a link on Discord.
Get out of here. No. I got this.
Okay.
Reddit.com/r-kappa. Ooh, what the? You know, I just opened our Kappa and I just see 3 butts.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah.
This is a good thread, I can tell.
But yeah, to whoever that was, I don't know if you're watching our stream or not, we super appreciate that. It's really awesome when people from the community reach out and promote for us, because it makes a huge impact. The fact that we got that much money today means we can buy 2 plugins that we need for Unity that cost a great deal of money, so it's really awesome.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Holy shit, the artist is my friend's brother. I didn't know this was the game he was working on. Hey, I think I know who this is. Wait, do I? Wait. This person's friends with Eileen? No way.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
No. There's a guy in the FGC, Eugene Kang, is friends with my sister.
Oh, okay.
But this isn't Eugene, but this person may have gone to school with my sister. My sister went to Carnegie Mellon. She knows a lot of like tech people, and for some reason, she's not in the FGC, but she knows people in it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Small world.
What are we using for input? Oh, well, first off, web plugins, probably rewired. And I really want to use Scaleform for our UI because it'll be really easy for me to do UI without having to bother Yusuke to do anything. And what are we using for inputs? Probably rewired.
Alright, I imagine that some bugs are going to pop out of this one, but I think this is what it... Yeah, we really want to use rewired because input is fun. I don't think it's actually freezing. Let's really find out. Okay, so I freeze the character that did get collided with, but I don't freeze the character that is colliding. Okay. That can be fixed. Oh, and I always make this mistake. You don't want it to stack, right? The freezing.
Yeah, no stacking.
Do we want to not have hit stun on the super? Because it seems like it's taking a really long time because of the hit stun. I don't think there's really any reason to have it on there, right? Because it's not and like once it starts, it's not going to stop for any reason.
That's a good question. Elliot?
Wait, sorry, I was reading something. What happened?
Hit stun on supers, because the super, once it's hitting, isn't going to stop, right?
It could.
From what?
I mean, the physics could force them to pop out sometimes. Like if they're in an awkward juggle, sometimes they pop out, or an assist can launch them while they're being hit by a super, and then
that's
change
true.
the combo, stuff like that.
That's true.
Okay. So I have the trivial case where I'm actually freezing someone, which is pretty easy. I just basically added something into the code that checks to see if a collision occurred. And if it does, just add some freeze frames to the character. But I think probably the problem now is that I need to freeze both of them at the same time. So, and we got to be careful because just because there is some sort of collision between two hitboxes, it doesn't mean that you want to freeze them because sometimes they'll be colliding for a long time. So it's only when the collision starts that you want to freeze people out. So I think what we'll do is just add some code that basically, if it does count as a collision for anyone, it just adds collisions onto both players. Or, adds freezing to both players.
Thank you, King Ghidorah.
Yeah, thank you. I love that.
Now that we've bought some plugins, that'll probably go towards some tacos.
I love
Delicious tacos.
I love this guy's post right here. First of all, I have to say I love this person's screen name, Infinity Dollar Dildo.
Oh yeah, that guy.
No, this is obviously a troll comment, but
There's another one at the bottom of this thread that you will... Oh boy. But continue, yes.
That's hilarious.
Animations are pretty good, so is the music. Not giving my oolongs to shit unless I see something in action, though. Ah, follow the YouTube links, you ding dong.
That's like a chicken and the egg thing. They could get an alpha link if they donated.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Catch
But they're not going to
22.
donate without the alpha link. What'd I say? Alright, so what am I doing here?
Who's Gruntilda? Gruntilda. Yeah, let's.
I think I have a class here that I just use for all my collision stuff. Collision resolver. Yeah. So. Box collision as well. And it's probably the wrong place to add this in. Make sure that the projectiles do not freeze the attacker. I think some of them are supposed to freeze the attacker. Isn't that right, Elliot? There's a beam and then there's a projectile.
Yes. Yes. They are functionally slightly different. Woo! Ooh. Ooh. Aaron, you weren't joking. Towards the bottom. This black.
Yeah.
No, not black quartz. Huggin Varmadar. Woo!
What?
It's going in.
What? What is Hugging Barmadar?
He says the
Sending
waifu
nasty comments.
the waifu potential of this game is already clocking at pathetic 0 kawaii watts.
KW, baby.
Which looks like a mutant tranny, and the kid looks like he jumps
No,
straight.
yeah.
I
She.
see.
Because he can't tell if it's a he or a she.
Oh.
So it's he, yeah.
Jumps straight out of people of Walmart. If this doesn't get a jump of huge TNA in the next few weeks, I don't see this game going anywhere except the trash. Pass.
I want to know. I really just want to know what this subreddit's about. I don't understand. Is it just
It's about us. Our
Oh,
Kappa is about.
No,
Yeah.
I know what this thread's about. I want to know what it's about. Fighting games.
Yeah.
Seems like it's just a bunch of assholes.
Here. Do you know why it's called Kappa?
No.
Okay. A Kappa is a monster that lives on the stream. It's a stream monster. People
Wait,
who
really?
hang out in streams are also called stream monsters.
So they're called kappas, really?
Yeah. I'm not joking. That's why it's Kappa.
That's why a majority of the threads on our Kappa are hot garbage. But they sponsor like fighting game gods as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's hilarious.
They're like the anonymous of the fighting game community.
Yeah,
They're
basically.
hot trolls, but they do good sometimes.
That's hilarious. By the way, I'm surprised your girlfriend's correcting you, Elliot. It's kappa.
Kappa. Kappa des. Ai. She's reading comic books right now.
Are they about kappa?
She's reading a comic right now about Jesus and Buddha rooming together. They're roommates in Japan.
Sweet.
It's awesome.
What was it called? What? Saint Onizan. Yeah, Saint Onizan.
No, I think I've heard of that actually.
Yeah.
Sounds like a joke. Like Jesus and Buddha walk into a bar.
Yeah. It's. Oh wait, why am I holding this in front of the camera? The camera's off. It's yeah. It looks cool.
Oh. Oh, that would work. So I have a conundrum right now where I'm trying to figure out where I can store the collision information. because we already have this funky code in here that basically checks to see if the character already has a collision from an attack and it won't get attacked again. But really what we want is sort of like collision box level like information. Like basically if the hitbox has already collided with the character once, it shouldn't collide with that character again until it's kind of like cleared its state. So I'm just thinking about maybe I should move this into like the collision resolver. Like actually have a collision resolver that knows about the collisions boxes and what it collided with. But if I have a move with multiple hitboxes, then yeah, it's true. Both of those hitboxes would hit it if they happen to collide at the same time.
Also, wouldn't it take care of that problem we're having right now, where air moves hit twice?
No, it wouldn't solve that because
Okay.
that's a different problem. Don't you have an object for the hitbox? It's not an object. It's a struct that's attached to the animation frame itself. The reason why the double attacks happen is because the character is jumping, and I think it just kind of it jumps up so high that it kind of like has one. Oh no, yeah, it has one frame. Oh, maybe you're right. No, okay. There's one frame where it's actually off, and then the next frame immediately after it'll collides again. At least that's my theory. But actually, we can find out now. Let's see. Oh, of course, and the hit freeze is going to cause a problem. So let's reduce that down to 0 for now. Huh. When there's no hit freeze, it doesn't seem to happen. Which is kind of weird.
Yeah, the jumping heavy kick infinite. It's good times in the corner.
Or like the double.
Yeah.
Well, the infinite's a different thing, yeah. So I guess I can see.
Or you just bounce them up and down?
On my knee. Oh, that's what the heck? Alright, I gotta fix that too. What the heck? I thought you couldn't do that. So you can't do that, but I guess if you kick someone, they kind of fly backwards, so that works. Yeah, you can still do the kickflip thing, and that's a different problem. That's because the air dash. That's because I need to make it so your character doesn't flip immediately. So the flips don't happen until you land on the ground. I have to re-add that. I think that'll fix that a bit. I love that infinite. That is a decision.
Basically, if you get someone stuck in the corner, you've won the game.
Yep. You could do the standing heavy kick to jab infinite to just launch jab.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
The problem with keeping a flag on the hitbox object itself is that I have to be able to roll that back. So because I want the netcode to kind of work similar to how GGPO works, I have to ensure that any state that could affect the game is attached to somewhere within the game engine state. So I'd have to create a completely different container for the state of the hitboxes, and then basically link the hitbox to that. I think I'll just use the each hitbox by numbers. If your collider with hitbox once, twice, only get once. Yeah, uniquely identifying each hitbox, I think, is definitely the way to go. All right, let's try this path a little bit. Let's see what that feels like. So like the character state, there's a game engine state object that kind of stores information about about the whole game, basically, and that's where the freeze frame stuff comes from. I guess I don't need that anymore, but anyway, I'll do that at the end. So really what I need to do is actually store information about the hitbox and then store some information about what it's collided with and what it hasn't collided with right now. Thanks for doing a tech stream. Oh, thank you. I am happy to do it. All right. Plus, I'm sure Elliot and Aaron need to keep their voice for all the other streams.
Well, that and I'm just gonna cough if I talk too much.
Oh man, are you still sick?
Yeah.
Oof.
Are you going to the game thing tomorrow?
I'm thinking about it. Well, I guess I am. Are you?
I live next door, so I guess I should. But we'll see how I feel tomorrow.
Yeah, you don't have an excuse, man.
I know. I can literally roll out of bed and up the block and through the front door of Card Kingdom.
Plus, Julie works there.
Yeah, she will be working that day, unfortunately.
Aw.
You really have no excuse.
I know. She'll probably come down for a lunch break, though.
Oh. Don't.
Oh yeah.
Although, oh no, I guess she's closing on Sunday, so she wouldn't be getting off until like 9:30.
By the way, you know we were talking about cookie recipes the other day?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh man, so my friend sent me the recipe to Tate's cookies,
Uh-huh.
and we made them.
Wait, what kind of cookies are they?
Tate's cookies, the best
Is it-
cookies known to man.
Tate's cookies.
Yeah, man, they're the best. Anyway, we made them, and they were delicious. And they also gave me the diabetes.
Yeah.
They were, we made, oh man, literally half of the dough, like no joke, literally half of, well, more than half, I would say, of the dough was butter and sugar.
Oh, that sounds so good.
Oh man, my teeth hurt right now from eating them. But the sugar and the butter crystallizes,
Wow.
and it makes this like really amazing crunchy texture. Oh, it's so good.
It does sound really good.
Super easy too. Took like 20 minutes to make.
Fucking Dwarf Fortress patch notes are the best thing to read ever. Like, made animals less afraid of casual relationships.
Wait, Dwarf Fortress? I thought that game was dead.
That joke, it doesn't
Better every time?
it doesn't fly anymore.
It gets better every time. Oh, I didn't spend. So basically, because I need to store all this collision info, and it has to I have to be able to store it frame by frame. I'm adding it to this kind of global object that stores information about all the objects in the game. Dictionary C team here. Ooh, is that right? Oh, I might have to fix something soon. I don't think this stores everything I want it to. But anyway, for now, I'm just creating this game as a state object that I store, 20 of or 30 of or whatever, so that I can roll back 10 frames. Just a short refactor, just because I did something that goes against my personal code aesthetics here. But basically, you should encapsulate functionality if possible. So. I have this like hard-coded thing that basically copies from one place to the other, and really what I should be doing is have a copy function that stores that logic in there. Okay. Hmm. This is going to be kind of expensive, but I will think about optimization later. Instantiating a new dictionary, new object every frame is kind of nasty from a memory allocation standpoint, but I don't know if it's going to be a huge issue for a fighting game. Something like that. What's that? Oh, that's why.
What the hell? What
What's
the
going
hell?
on?
There's a straight up. Never mind. You know what? I'm gonna act like I didn't bring attention to it.
What? Now I got it out.
There's a thread called SF5 is ass, and it's well, let's just say it's not a in-depth criticism of the gameplay.
Uh-huh.
It's about something entirely different.
Is it about ass?
It's porn. It's pornography.
I see.
They took the 3D models. They took the 3D models from the game and got creative with it.
God.
They Rule 34 the shit out of it.
Oh, okay. I see why I did it this way. It's because I never actually I actually just log it, and I never actually move the roll back in the start into this object instead. Okay, well, it's going to be more expensive than I thought, so I'll just wait. I'll just leave this as is. God, it's so awful. There's just
What's going
that
on?
SF5 porn is just so awful, but there's just so many of them. Which one? Okay, so I'm gonna attach a new collision flow object on here. Right here. At some point I should move this out into encapsulate that in the game engine state object like I should have been doing. There we go. Yeah, where's this dot collider info? And then we don't actually do anything with the roll. Oh, don't like that. Yes, I understand why. Okay. And then where's the rollback method? Here. Then we'll just say this dot collider info is equal to previous state dot collider info. Okay. Now we've got this container that we can roll forward. Its history will be stored and it'll get rolled back as necessary. Not that we have anything that really exercises that path right now. But I guess that's not even relevant here. So now our box collision resolver object needs to take advantage of that. So, as you resolve the collisions, so here's my code that actually does the collision resolving. I'll be honest, it's not complex at all. Yeah, any frame instantiation is going to work for it. Yeah, any object instantiation or memory allocation, doing anything is going to be painful, but it is 2015, and luckily we can be a little bit less efficient on that stuff. What do you have to track on a hitbox other than if it hit a hurt box? I don't think anything really. I'm going to keep track of the players it hit though, in case the same hitbox hits an assist character and a regular character at the same time. I could imagine that being an esoteric case that we have to consider. Solve collision here, and I think I'll just pass in the state. That's one less reference I kind of have to find. I could make this into an object that just gets the game engine on its awake, but this is fine too. Dictionary, C hitbox, yeah. Box collision. The C is for cerebral hitbox, but we don't need to do that anymore because before we had a half UFE, half custom thing. But we don't have that anymore, so it's just kind of an artifact at this point, how we used to do things.
Oh my god, rap horns. Who was it? The Sama, thank you so much for following.
Oh, hey, were you gonna set up that rabbit thing, Aaron?
No, I'm still just playing music over the stream. I will next time. But I think it has a max of 15 users, so...
Weak.
Yeah. We'll try to find another solution for it.
Sounds good. It's probably not PC hitbox a little bit.
The other thing we can also do at some point is the multi-platform OBS actually lets you control which audio source is going through the stream. So you can listen to whatever you want and then just turn the like Spotify volume down or YouTube volume down or whatever. So we might start doing that from now on. The other thing is, Elliot, you and I should probably just start recording these and then uploading them to YouTube.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, 5 hours is going to be like probably 10 gigs worth of video. But
yeah.
I have the room for that. I don't know if you do. I think I do.
I mean,
Oh, fuck.
not to be a negative Nancy, but do people even watch that?
Yes, people
5 hour long like archived streams.
people ask us for it all the time.
What?
I'm telling you. I know we can't export our stream from Twitch because unfortunately our audio gets muted, like 100% of it. So we have to archive it ourselves. I would love to just go from Twitch to YouTube, but unfortunately they mute all of our shit. It's assholes.
See. I mean, okay. Yeah.
Our audio will probably also get muted on YouTube, but there's only one way to find out.
Are we gonna post this one on YouTube? Is that what we're starting? Or?
I would have to start recording it. We'll see what happens when it goes to Twitch Archive. Hey, stop, dog. I'm gonna throw this dog out. Does anyone want a free dog?
Free dog, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Much as I want to answer yes, responsibility tells me no.
Ask Risu. See if she wants it. Maybe she'll take it home with her to San Francisco. And then eventually bring it back here to Seattle.
So more of like a holding station, not like
Yeah, pretty much. Hey, Haunted DK. Or Haunted K? Haunted K.
Haunted Cave.
Sorry. I wanna read it as Haunted DK.
Like Haunted Donkey Kong?
Yeah. How tender is what? The dog?
Oh. Nice. He's gonna eat it.
Oh,
my
I
God,
see.
are you okay?
She's about 5 years old, so I don't know. She doesn't have much meat on her.
What are you talking about?
She's a pit. She's all muscle and gristle. That lean muscle.
Wait, what music do you guys have going on right now?
I have the Beastie Boys instrumental albums going on.
You know, that's hilarious. Just by coincidence, I also have the Beastie Boys on right now.
Wow,
I have Paul's Boutique on.
that's crazy.
Oh.
I just realized I don't have any music playing. So I'm gonna throw something on. There you go.
Yeah, when you're coding, what do you listen to?
It depends.
Can you listen to rap, something that has a lot of lyrics? Or do you get, like, distracted?
I usually don't. I usually listen to something that's very repetitive, lyrically or, you know, melodically. So I listen to EDM a lot, actually,
Ah.
which is also my personal preference anyway. So, aside from hip hop.
Some of my most of my favorite artists that stream, they always have EDM on. Hold on. What the hell?
Oh
leave me
my
alone.
god.
Shit, that is loud.
Sorry, my phone was ringing. It's my dad. I'll
Get him
call
on the
later.
stream.
No, that would be a huge mistake.
Hi, Elliot's dad.
Sorry, guys. Okay, I'm gonna put my phone on vibrate now.
Alright, so I'm thinking about initializing this giant dictionary of every hitbox and the information that's associated with it. Oh, that's gonna be a huge, like, serialization. Serialization every frame. God. I wonder if there's something I can do to make that not so expensive. I guess I could probably keep the dictionary pretty small by just only considering the objects which have collisions on them right now, and just doing a bunch of checks to see if it exists in there, which I have to do anyway every time I grab it, so it's not that expensive. So I will probably add some logic into this check here that checks if it's colliding. First check to see if there's already a collision in the dictionary, and if there is, for that particular player, don't bother. And if there isn't one, then clear it. Yeah. Okay. So, and at this point, I could almost build an ID of this thing, actually, now that I think about it. So instead of this like collider info dictionary, I could probably just use just like a set. Yeah, I think I could probably do that. Okay. So I think what I'll do, where is this collision thing? Box collision resolver, it's an engine. Okay, that's fine. So probably make a new class for this by collision state. I can't really do that, but whatever. I can try that. say F. Hey, Klein Smith wants the music up by 10%.
Music up by 10%. You got it.
Am I creating generic states or unique states per character? We are creating unique states for every single character right now. I don't know if that's something we'll be doing. I think that that's how we'll be pursuing it in the future, but that doesn't mean that we won't have a standard set of like state templates or something that we work off of.
I'm gonna mute myself for a little while because Julie's doing dishes.
Do it.
If she could do dishes to the beat of the music, that would be perfect.
I'll let her know.
Yeah, can you just ask her to do that? Thanks. Collisions. We'll say. A hitbox and a character. Player. Say. So I'm kind of encapsulating. I realized that I could probably get a much more efficient implementation by just wrapping a set in just some helper methods, or not helper methods, but with an interface that's kind of more conducive to collisions, and then just kind of storing everything as a hash to the strings in there. Keeps it a lot smaller. I don't have to kind of worry about trying to store all the history all the time. So basically, we'll have a function protected string, generate key, subject box, clear. I'll say return. I wonder if there's like there's a toString, but I forget what that returns normally. That's not always unique. It's just an idea I can get. Yeah, fully qualified name of the object types. That's not what it was.
Thank you for the follow, Dev. Many rap horns to you.
Nice, thank you. Okay. So I wanted to use C#'s hashcode function to be part of the key of my hash set, but the documentation that I've been reading kind of says that that's just not a good idea. just like many typical hashing functions, it doesn't really guarantee quality of the underlying objects. So I'm not a huge fan of doing this, but I guess I can. Geez. Assigning a GUID to every single one would be interesting. Or maybe I can make a hash set of key pairs of blocks letters. Let's see, C# do it all. Tuples are in .NET 4.0, but they're not. Unity uses .NET 2.5, if I recall correctly. That's mono. Alright, well, that's great. There really isn't one, but that's fine. I'll just do this. So take me advantage of sort of relationship. Object. Let's take the reference to that. It's going to contain the box, the player ID. Oops. I don't know why it's. Oh, let's do this. There you go. And then we'll say object generate key. Generate. This is basically just a utility at this point. Really, that's not even worth it. Probably just. Actually, that's fine. I'll just do it this way. It'll look nicer. Actually, I just want to make sure that the value of the C#'s regular equals its value equality and not something else. What are we doing for sound effects? That's a good question. We have the same person who does our music, 2 Mellows, handling a lot of that.
Oh yeah, Mellow in the house. He should be showing up soon, actually.
Yeah, at some point. I don't know when.
But we have multiple places we can hook up sound effects to, including the animation editor and the state machine. It's pretty rad.
Yes, it is.
Creating them? I don't know. He gets a lot of ham, and he slaps it with the belt.
Yeah, somewhere out there are pictures and audio clips of him snapping celery and hitting stuff with belts and slapping hams. And using those to make punches. So all of the punches that you actually hear in the prototype were made out of Foley work.
Yeah, those videos, it's like an adorable version of Hostel.
Yeah. It is a little creepy because I think it's in his basement.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
it's like
Lighting was really dim.
It's like a workbench with all kinds of like celery and ham and stuff on it.
And tools.
It looks like some weird stuff goes on down there.
Oh yeah, because he was making the sound effects for the Operator 28, so he just had a toolbox full of tools that he shook.
Oh yeah.
And he posted some pictures of that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, can you find him?
Maybe, I don't know where he put him. He'll be here soon, I'm sure he's got him somewhere.
Oh, okay. Actually, Collider is a pretty shitty name. Let's call it. Oh, I know why.
Is that a salad with just mayo on it?
That's what I did in Japan, don't judge me.
Okay.
What happened?
Nothing.
Are you judging her?
No.
You monster.
Yeah, DevXYZ, this is all in Unity right now. Although I'm pretty knee deep in the code, not the editor.
Do you have any Operator 28 production style sprites yet, like size to match Helen? I want a fan art, but I want the scale right.
Oh, kind of. I mean, I posted their height, the character sheets, but, hold on, let me...
There's a really, really
that-
old picture of their scale.
Hold on, let me just save what I'm working on right now.
Yes,
You know
you,
what? I should be done with, what is it, warm-ups now, so I should probably get to...
yes, you did hear Japan. My fiance was yelling at me because I was not trying to judge, but I may have judged a little. Yeah.
Would she put mayo on?
Her salad. She bought a bottle of Japanese mayo.
QP
Oh.
mayo?
Yeah.
What is it, Pewpie?
QP. QPie?
Pewpie, yeah.
QP mayo.
That's
Okay.
it's delicious.
It's spelled Kewpie.
Oh, Dev is
Yeah.
from Japan. Cool.
Nice.
QP mayonnaise actually goes really well with mentaiko, fish roe.
Hmm.
Oddly enough, that is a good combination.
I love mayo with yakisoba. It's my favorite.
Yakisoba. Actually,
Yeah.
that does sound good. Yeah,
It's so good.
yeah. In Korea, we have this thing called jjajangmyeon or chapaghetti, which is like instant noodles. But it's like shit. It's got kind of like a fuck. How would you explain chapaghetti as taste? I know it's like it's got a very deep flavor basically, and if you put mayo on it and put some mentaiko in there, make it a little spicy. Oh man, it's good. Oh man, it's good. Yeah, it's kind of like yakisoba.
Nice.
Give it a try sometime.
What the hell?
Let's see, sprite animations.
Oh, oops! I messed up with vehicle object.
Man, where's that old ass character height thing? 1, 2, oh my god! Is it in the concept folder?
Japanese foods are really delicious. Yeah. Oh hey, I'm from Japan too. Well, I was. Yoroshiku.
お願いします。Yeah, this was generally the scale. Basically, when Attack Knight hunches over, he's about the height of the Battle Witch.
Can you post that image on Discord? Because he's on Discord.
Oh.
Just drop it on
okay.
in art and I'll
Yeah, this
tag
stuff
it.
is really old. Like, this is not the neutral pose for the Attack Knight anymore. But okay, I can. But it's still gonna be probably based on this height.
Yes, this is what I want. This is totally what I want. Okay. Okay.
I'll put it in the art channel.
L hitbox. And I need to get the player.
Here you go, Taco.
Oh, I see.
Actually, with this scale reference, he would have had to be like 9 feet tall. But you know what? It's a game. I'm gonna exaggerate a bit.
We're making a fighting game, Deb.
Dog, I'm watching you. Speaking of Japan, I got a new kendama for Christmas as well.
Oh yeah? I remember you were amazing at this.
Thank you. I like it. It's pretty good. It's kind of got like a rubbery paint on the tama.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty sweet.
Do you have it right now?
I can go grab it. One sec.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Oh shit, this is about to become a kendama stream right now. Huh.
Let's see it.
Actually, I think I could probably do this a little bit different.
Oh, with the rubber bottom, it grips easier.
Well, the whole thing, it's a green-black split, but the whole thing has the same surface.
Oh, okay.
That's cool.
The only thing that I don't like about Kendama USA kendamas is that they thread them differently. So, like,
Oh, I see.
let me undo this. Actually, let me get another kendama so that I can show I'm talking about. Okay, so a traditional kendama has a hole right here,
Yeah.
and then the string is actually tied and the cups are pressed onto the ken or the spike of the ken, and so the knot is actually like underneath the cups.
Oh, okay, yeah.
With a Kendama USA kendama, they actually just drilled a hole straight through. So they put the cups on, drilled the hole through, put a little metal piece in there, so you can't take the cups off, and you can see the knot right there.
Yeah.
And sometimes the knot pops out. Yeah,
Pain in the ass.
and it's kind of a bummer. But yeah. But I do like the paint. Both of these actually have similar paints on them. I'm not going to do tricks on the stream. If you ever come to Seattle, you'll probably see me at an indie game dev meetup with a kendama.
Oh yeah. Actually, yeah, go to a indie game dev meetup and come hang out with Aaron and Porgo. They'll usually be putting on a show.
Yeah.
Kendama and Yo-Yo.
Normally it's flesh colored and red ball. Yeah, normally it's a beach ken like this one, but there's a red ball. That's like the traditional Japanese kendama. So I've been told that so this is the ken and this is the tama, and together they make a kendama. But if you say kintama, it's testicles.
Yeah, Kintama.
So
Kendama.
don't say that wrong.
Okay. I just
Or
learned a new
maybe do.
Yeah, kintama.
Yeah.
I said it to my girlfriend. She didn't seem too amused.
It's because there's only one. You gotta say it twice.
Kintama, Kintama.
No, I'm just joking with you.
Oh. She still didn't look amused.
Damn, that's good. Yeah.
I'm not going to Seattle if I can help it. Why would you go to Seattle? Seattle's great.
I played with Kuma too when I was a kid. Do you guys know what that is?
Mm-mm.
They're tops. They're like Japanese tops that you just pull like the string on the top. Let's see. Find it. There we go. This is a great picture.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah. Those are fun too. I could never do it well though. I always sucked at those. Kendama too.
Willpower, do you live in Tacoma?
Oh, I see what I can.
And if so, you should probably drive up to one of these Seattle game dev meetups
And watch us.
and hang out and talk about fighting games. Because no one knows what we're talking about as soon as we start talking about our game. Literally.
Oh yeah, well, there was that guy from Microsoft. We were like, oh, it's gonna be like Marvel, but
Oh, right.
but 4-player. And we were like, yeah, we're clever. And then he was like,
I have no idea what you're talking
anything
about. Yeah.
And we're just like, not really. We thought that was a great idea.
The walls.
Okay, cool.
The walls break.
Yeah, the walls break. Oh, cool.
That usually is a little more exciting for people who don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah. I think you have to have a pretty deep understanding.
You live in science fiction? Cool.
Oh yeah. Here, Dev. and other folks in the chat. I have one more thing to show.
Oh man, I had one of those tops. Those are awesome. Tops were mega cool when I lived in Korea.
They were. They're still cool, man. Come on.
I had this one top that was huge, and it was made out of pressed rubber. It was basically as hard as a rock, and yeah, I would drill holes in the ground with that thing.
Sounds pretty sweet.
Yeah, it had an iron stem in the middle, which it spun on.
Mm-hmm.
But you would tie your string around it and throw it. I would throw it like 10 feet in the air, and it would just come and slam down and lose around.
So this is from a company called Terra Kendama, and it's a pill, and it's literally just the spike from a kendama.
There's no Ken.
There's no ken, it's just a spike. It's a lot of fun because you can like balance.
Tama either, actually.
You just balance like that. You can do some of these. It's a lot of fun stuff you can do with them.
Huh.
Now I have skill toys all over my desk.
Oh, yo-yos and kendamas, those are called skill toys?
Yeah. I have a yo-yo around here too, but I can't find it. And I wish I could find it because they're very, very expensive.
Hey, we gotta try and develop that yo-yo that Porgo wants. Porgo wants that light up yo-yo.
Hmm? I don't remember him talking about this.
What, really?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, he wants a light up yo-yo.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure he can find those.
Apparently he's been looking everywhere. Apparently you can't find them.
I mean, I know you can get like cheap ones, but you can't get like the yo-yos that we have are 125 each.
You mean yen, right?
No.
You mean dollars? They're $120?
Yeah, like between 120 and 140.
Man, are they made out of gold?
No, they're just really precisely milled aluminum, I think.
Black? Are they made out of black tar heroin?
Yeah, sure.
Interesting.
Oh man. So for Christmas, my sister-in-law got perfume that by volume, by weight, is worth more than gold.
Oh my god.
Wait, so one troy, it's more than $1,100 a troy ounce?
That's right.
Jesus Christ.
I know, right?
What is the brand?
Oh shoot, it's called La Mer, I think.
La Mer?
Yeah, like the sea. Yeah. Oh yeah, man, that shit is expensive.
Hey, look at this. La Mer. I mean, it's hard for me to say anything about it because I can't smell it right now. But the packaging is pretty.
Are you like a perfume connoisseur or something, Elliot? Like,
Absolutely not. But I have seen the movie Perfume, and it was cool.
It's about, whatever. Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, where the guy kills girls and turns them into perfume
Yeah.
with love.
What the fuck?
Yeah, man, you should watch it. It's a very romantic movie.
Oh my god.
It's actually a really good movie.
Actually, yeah, I do like it. And there's an orgy scene at the end.
Yes, there certainly is.
They go everywhere in
With
that
like
movie.
a couple thousand people.
They just get one whiff of this dude's perfume and they're like, oh, gotta fuck right now.
Hey, thanks for coming by, Darkon. Glad we could do a tech stream for you.
Yeah. Darkon, yeah, hit me up if you wanna chat some more or something. But thanks for coming by.
Coming, man.
Elliot, when you were talking about that top that you had earlier,
Uh-huh.
that brought up a story that my dad told me. When he was little, he would play marbles with his friends,
Yeah.
and he said one time his friend brought a cannonball, and
Awesome.
he called it. He said it was a marble, and he called it a Grandpappy Steely, and he would just drop it on other kids' marbles and just like smash all of them,
Uh-huh.
and just be like, okay,
Oh,
well,
what a jerk.
I won.
Huh?
You just say, I won.
Wow. Your dad was friends with some jerks.
Yep. Tough neighborhood growing up in Detroit.
Hey, you know it's a rough neighborhood when a kid brings out a fucking cannonball.
I'm surprised that kids were still cool with that. Like, they were okay with that being legal.
Well, I mean, they were definitely pissed. I wouldn't say that they were cool with it. This kid comes in with this cannonball and smashes all of their marbles. Grandpappy Steely is the best thing he could have called it.
Happy Steely.
That's hilarious.
I mean, that sounds like a drink that'll mess you up.
Yeah, it does. I'm not gonna do any tricks, damn it. Even if I did do tricks, the frame rate would be so low that you wouldn't like see any of the flips, which are the most important part.
Dance, monkey, dance.
I can show you some people who are really fucking good at it though. Like Matt Ballard. He's from Washington.
Yeah.
No, she hasn't.
Okay. Grandpappy Steely. What would a Grandpappy Steely mixed drink have inside of it?
For sure it would have Steel Reserve 211 in it.
Mm-hmm.
It would have Steel Reserve in it, probably Wild Turkey. Wild Turkey whiskey. What else would it have? Maybe some Popov. And a few strands of barley. Just something that's
I feel like it would be like a play on a brass monkey.
Mhm.
Like it would be a much more hardcore brass monkey.
Yeah, basically you make a brass monkey and you smash it over some dude's head.
There you go. It's a Grandpappy Steely.
Do you even get to drink it or no?
No.
It's just-
I mean, I guess you take a little sip of it and then you just smash it.
Well, you know, when the glass breaks over the dude's head and, you know, the glass gets embedded, well, the alcohol just goes straight into the bloodstream that way. Gets
Yeah.
you messed up.
Exactly.
For the other person, though, how about you?
Oh,
Unless your goal is to just get other people drunk.
yeah, that's what it is.
I guess I could do it to myself if I was really, really, like,
Determined.
jealous for a drink.
Uh-huh. Now you're thinking.
You gotta think outside the box
Mhm.
and personal safety. Alright. So I've got a solution I'm feeling good about. Ish. But for some reason the game gets completely frozen. I'm trying to figure out why that is. So I've got my debugger on, using the Unity 5 tools now. And just trying to figure out, you know, what's going down here. Some sort of infinite freezing. totally freezes my game. Fudge.
Yeah, there's your kendama video. Matt Ballard is really, really good. He's probably one of my favorites. There's a few other people, but he's up there. What did you figure out, Z to the P?
I just love freezing my computer. Alright. Alright. I'll be back. Quick bathroom break.
Word.
Cool.
Oh, so how's your Christmas, by the way?
Me?
Yeah.
It was okay.
I mean, you said you were sick, right?
Yeah, I was pretty sick.
What happened?
We were supposed to go to the mountains on Christmas Day, and then we were supposed to go to Julie's parents on Wednesday.
Huh?
And then, because I was sick, I couldn't go to either of those things, so they moved her parents' Christmas to Christmas Day, and we just didn't go to the mountains at all. And then
Huh?
I stayed home when she went to her parents, and we got on Google Hangouts, and I watched her open my presents.
What did you get?
I'll show you what I got.
Okay.
Did I not show you this already? This is what I got.
What the hell?
It's a hitbox.
It's really nice. It is a hitbox.
Yeah.
Not only that, it's the ergonomic hitbox.
Yep.
Are you gonna try to learn how to play on that thing?
Yeah, I've already been playing around with it.
Huh.
I just wanted to try it out because as a PC gamer, I wanted to see what it was like to play with a left. Since my left hand's already familiar with the keyboard, I wanted to see what it'd be like to play that way.
Uh-huh.
How
do you like it?
It's really weird. Like, because
dashing must be easy though.
yeah, dashing's
Double
super
tap the-
super easy. Doing shoryukens super easy because you
Okay.
just hold down and then you tap right twice, and then a punch and you shoryuken. So you can do
Well,
like
it's not gonna work for Marvel, but for Street Fighter that works great.
well, right, yeah. I also hate the placement for the right thumb. I wish that the placement were different. If I were to make my own, I would actually put the left and right buttons farther away from each other.
Left and right.
I mean, like, put the motion buttons on farther away from the punches and kicks.
Oh, do you? Oh, I see.
Put some space between them, because I don't like how close they are. My thumbs get confused and they run into each other. It's weird trying to, like, if I want to figure out a combo, I have to translate it
Uh-huh.
from a stick to a hitbox, and it's hard to wrap my brain around because it functions differently on a hitbox. Like, it's not you inputting the motion control.
Uh-huh.
Like, you're not really doing down, right to do a fireball. I don't know. It's weird. But yeah, things come out real fast. There's shit I can do on a hitbox that there is no way I would be able to do on a stick. Yeah, that's what I figure. If I just fuck around with it enough, I'll rewire my brain. But my brain was wired to play PC games, and then I had to rewire it to learn a stick, and now I have to, like, go back again.
Uh-huh.
Really weird.
Learning new skills though, it's a good way to isn't it a good way to combat, like, what is it, Alzheimer's or something?
That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, we're not at the age where we have to worry about that yet, but
That's very true. The only downside that I'm having with it is that it doesn't always register on my PC. So sometimes I'll plug it in and Street Fighter just doesn't pick it up. And I have to like unplug it and plug it in about 30 times before it finally picks it up. Really annoying.
On that whole thing, there's this YouTube video that you can watch where they show this guy trying to learn how to ride a bike, which is designed to be backwards. So,
Oh, yeah, so you turn left and it goes right.
and then it turns right and it goes left. Yeah, it took this guy 6 months to figure out how to ride that thing.
Jeez.
A couple hours a day. He had his son try it, and he got it in about a week. So,
Damn it!
he was,
Fucking children, and they're
Yeah.
learning fast.
well, he's illustrating the idea of neuroplasticity. So basically, eventually, like this is just something that happens naturally. The older you get, your brain just kind of is not able to. It's not as fluid as it was before. So basically, as time goes on, you just kind of get more and more set in a particular way. So yeah,
Old dogs, new tricks, that old jazz.
yeah, that's sort of like, what's the word? It's not an idiom, but like that understanding explicitly shown in science.
Yes, I got the expensive hitbox. I got the one that has a PS360 in it. Which I found out also sucks because you can force it into 360 mode, but it won't register on a PC because of whatever reason. There's a reason behind it, I can't remember what it is.
Hey, Yusuke, you know that thing that you were talking about, the neuroplasticity thing.
Yeah.
They go into whether or not it is good to just randomly learn new skills and shit like that.
Yeah, it keeps your. No, you're supposed to keep your brain kind of engaged. Just having neural activity in general helps with that. Which is why it's really good, especially in the earlier years, to try to just learn for as long as possible.
As many things as possible.
Yeah, I mean your brain is always growing for the most part. But the less you use in particular areas, the weaker and harder it becomes to kind of catch up on those. Like, it's like being able to play a guitar or like have good pitch or something. It only gets harder as time goes on. So,
I'm a slow reader. Is that just gonna get worse as I get older?
Maybe I don't. I mean, reading in general, there's techniques you can use to learn to read faster. Like you can take speed reading classes and stuff like that. It's more about getting the idea of the story in contrast to like trying to read every individual character. It's like typing, right? There's techniques that you can use, like touch typing is a skill you can learn, and people learn it at all sorts of ages. So the only thing. Go ahead.
I heard that speed reading affects with comprehension. Is this? What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it makes sense to me. I've never been able to read something really quickly. Like, I mean, except for autistic people, though, have a completely different way that their memory works. So they're able to memorize like tons of books. Like, you ever watch Rain Man?
Yeah, of course. So what you're saying is like memorization and comprehension are completely separated with them.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
they can memorize it, but they can't necessarily comprehend it.
They can do both. I guess what I'm saying is that for layman's people, like, sorry, that's an aside. But I guess what I'm saying is that, memorization and comprehension are two completely different things. But for us as regular human beings, it's. I mean, you don't have as much time to think about things as you're learning it. So, but I guess you can memorize things really well though. Like, there's this good book, Moonwalking for Einstein, that shows you how you can kind of like gain your memory learning abilities.
Dude, give me that book. I have such awful memory. Aaron's laughing because he's seen it firsthand.
It's an amazing book. It's called Moonwalking for Einstein.
Okay.
I'd write it down now if you're having memory issues.
Moonwalking for Einstein.
Willpower wants to know how you're handling input parsing. What are you storing inputs as?
Yeah. Right. So, okay, I can probably still show that here. So effectively, we're still using Unity's kind of raw input right now. Our goal is in the future to move away from that because taking advantage of like Rewired, which actually lets you use native inputs. But for the time being, we're using the Unity one, and basically we wrap that in an input manager, which basically stores various, which kind of wraps it to the format that we're looking for, and this also abstracts out the mapping between individual keys and like commands. So like for example, it's the one that maps like Z to player 1 left, for example. And then we have, and that runs continuously. Like it just has that update loop because if you don't listen to the updates using the update loop, if you try to use fixed update, you're gonna miss some inputs. So we use that, and we have some structs around that. That goes into our key state manager. So our key state manager actually stores like player 1 light punch and what state that is. Basically, Z to the P, Z to P. Not sure if that is. So that kind of is the struct that we store all of our information in. That's kind of how we get our input in. And the way that we store that on the final side is we actually don't store a history of the inputs right now. But we just have a giant dictionary of every single key and the state that that key is in. So let me see if I can find it in here. Here it is. Dictionary, input key to key state instance. Input key is an enum that represents the input that you're looking for. Key state instance is the state of that particular key. And we just take that as our input for the state machine because kind of like what I've read about GGPO, what you're supposed to, the only thing that is transmitted in between two instances through the network is the state of the keys themselves on a particular frame. And I think we might actually store the input as part of the frame too. No, we don't right now. But the idea is we'd have a different thing that kind of stores the input for each thing. And if this is where the guessing thing comes in on the GGPO stuff, because the way that we kind of keep our state synced is the way that we kind of keep the gameplay fluid is by having a system that just guesses what the opponent's going to do. But if we're wrong, we kind of go back to that, 5 inputs back, stick the new input in, and then recalculate everything after that. So if I wanted to check if down plus light punch plus medium punch were pressed at the same time, how would I do that? Basically, that's a state machine thing. So I can show, debugging this thing right now, but I guess I know what I need to know. So here's the way that our state machine works. If you go into the Battle Witch directory, we have a state machine object that basically represents every single state in our game. So the way that you transition, so one of these states is like, for example, the idle, then just like kind of, the Battle Witch just breathing. You've got a state for every single attack, and then we've got states for like dash forward and stuff like that. So the way that we would choose to detect multiple inputs at the same time is by basically, on one of these states, we'd add like a little thing that says, hey, if these 3 states are present, go move to something else. So for example, let's look at idle. So the idle state has some information about it, but transitions is the one that's interesting to us right now. So basically, it figures out which state it moves over to by looking at these conditions. And these conditions could be anything, but for the most part, they're kind of when keys are pressed down. For example, right now we have pressing heavy punch and heavy kick at the same time will trigger the super punch. We just basically added 2 key conditions here, and basically all of these key conditions have to be true for all this condition to be satisfied and to move on to the next state. So basically, if I just pressed heavy punch and I just pressed heavy kick in the same frame, that's what just pressed kind of implies. That'll move us into the super punch start state. You store that data on the move that you're moving from. Yes, from the state that we are at right now, we store the information about the states that it can move to. So crouch idle and standing idle both have lists of inputs for the same moves. Well, they're not really the same moves, right? Crouching punch and crouching light punch and light punch are different moves because the animations are different, the hitboxes are different, and so on. So it's not really the same move, but they have very similar lists if you look at them. Oh, and right now I've got a bug where the hit freezes infinite, so I can't really show anything. But well, maybe I can instead. But yeah, I mean that information is stored on the state that you're moving from. There we go. And let's see if this will freeze it. No, it's not frozen anymore. So let's say you have a MP plus MK movie that you can input for caching center. So what we do there, when you have multiple states that are kind of the same, and a good example of this, at least right now, is our dash forward and dash back. So the way that our state kind of works is from idle, when you press forward, you're kind of moving towards, you're walking forward, right? So right here, you can kind of see that our transition is to the walk forward state. So then I'll go look at the walk forward state, and I'm walking forward right now. And if I let go of the pressing forward button, I actually don't move back to idle. I move back to dash forward transition. And that's because if you look at sort of the mechanics of the dashing command, it's sort of pressing the right or left twice in rapid succession, right? So from the idle state, you press right, you move into the walking forward, you let go, move back into the transition, the dash transition. And basically, if you press right fast enough, it'll transition over to the dashing forward. So looking at, there you go, dash forward transition. You'll see that it has two specific things to it. It'll go back to idle if on frame 6, basically. So if you don't press dash forward within 6 frames, you're going to go back to idle and you can't dash. If you do press right in that period of time, you'll start dashing forward. And basically, but the dashing forward transition state and the idle state are almost identical, right? The only difference is when you press right. So because of that, we basically have an inheritance model. And inheritance means that basically I'm exactly the same as this guy except for these changes. So in this case, what this is saying is that this dashing forward transition is identical to idle, with the exception that on frame 6 it'll transition back to the idle state, and if I press right, it'll transition to the dash forward state instead of moving forward. So if you're holding forward and you let go, you take 6 frames until you go back to idle. That's correct. Yep. So I could hold forward for a long time, and I would still dash as soon as I let that go. And this slowdown just comes from the fact that I'm not selecting the state machine. So that's an editor thing. That's not. You'll never see that happen in a build. And this implementation, as it stands, might change in the future. There's this other thing I want to work on if I have time, called the frame buffer input, that you could use to do this behavior too, where you just have a giant list of the previous commands that were entered, and if they happen to match something, you transition to that state. Sounds confusing. Sorry. I'm probably not explaining myself well. But if you're not trying to dash, just move. If you're not trying to dash, just move forward and let go. Are you going to have a delay before going back to neutral? Yes, but here's the thing though: is this state that sort of transition state when you let go of right is identical to idle, basically, because in the state machine I said that dashing forward transition has idle as a parent. So basically, this whole transition parent thing says that this tells the dashing forward transition, hey, you should be identical to idle in every way, except for these changes that I'm making right here. But yeah, the input buffer is something that we'll be adding in, especially for the specials. And then we'll probably change this hierarchy a little bit. I've got a 6-frame buffer. Yes, you could call it that. What if you want to make that 15 frames or 20 frames? Then all I have to do is kind of go in here and change that to condition frame 15 or 20. Yeah, basically. I mean, it's, you know, the transition is instantaneous. It's more the time it takes to move. It's more the how long it stays in this state. It's not like, you know, as soon as I like go, it's sort of like stuck in this idle state for a long time. I can press other commands too. It's just, it happens to be as soon as I hit this number here, it'll move back to the idle state. And really the only difference between the idle state and the dash forward state, or in the dash forward transition state, is these two differences. But the main difference is really the fact that if I press right, I'll be dashing forward. We've got to change the idle transition. So the transitions, they aren't, I'm not changing all transitions to idle to 6 frames. Every single transition to idle can be a different length. So dash forward could be 6 frames. The transition from dash forward to idle could be 6 frames. The transition from walk backwards to be forward could be 6 frames, or 10 frames, or 12 frames. They're all separate. I don't have a single control for all of them. Because you know, you want different cancel windows for different commands into other ones, for example. And this is also, and combining these conditions is also how the canceling works as well. This is kind of what I like about our current approach, is that it's very easy to sort of like change the behavior or add behavior to make things work properly. So like standing jab, right? Standing jab needs to cancel to some other commands here. So it needs to cancel to like strong punch, let's say. So the cancel to strong punch, basically right here says I can cancel to strong punch in between these frames. So in between frame 7 and 31, I can actually cancel from jab to strong punch. And there's other commands obviously here. The opponent has to be frozen. Doesn't seem, okay, I see why that is, and I also have to press medium punch. So basically what this is saying is that in order for me to cancel to strong punch, I have to press medium punch in between frame 7 and 31 when I'm doing a standing jab. Are you worried about going into a transition for a different input on accident? I mean, yeah, user input is always going to be a point of concern, but there's not really a lot we can do besides you pressing the buttons correctly as a player, right? Like the thing about this is that there's nothing ambiguous about what we're doing here. It's always going to be every single time you press the same. If you press the same button at the same time, it's always going to be the same output. So if people, and I think what we're going to do as far as input, like leniency and stuff like that, is we just tune that, and you can kind of tune that however you want, right? So for example, we had a problem where doing the forward jump and the backward jump was really hard. Like it was really hard to actually go around and jump backwards and jump forward. So what I did is I changed the amount of frames that you have to basically choose whether you go forward or backward or not. And by just tweaking that one value, I'm able to kind of make controls about that, or I'm able to kind of manipulate that. So I hope that's kind of clear. Sorry, you can kind of. If you're familiar with like finite state machines, you can like look it up on Wikipedia. That's a good like reference to understand if you're not familiar with that already before kind of looking at exactly what we're doing here. But everything's just a giant state machine.
Just for reference and context, Willpower has his own engine that he's working on. I mean, fighting game engine that he's working on.
Oh, is he? Wait, is he one of the? No, he's not for this game.
Can you link what you're working on, Willpower?
Yeah, that'd be cool. DT engine. Cool.
Thank you.
Nice. So this is like an engine that you're gonna like render to other people.
Huh. Yeah, kind of like
Or
the
you-
Unifinger.
Nice. I see. Gotcha. Oh, nice. Cool. Yeah. I mean, we're kind of. I think Will has a very good idea of kind of what he wants our game to look like. But right now, it's a lot of back and forth between him and I about, you know, how the engine feels for him and how we're not really and making those adjustments as necessary. There's really no problem with editing the data. I think once you kind of understand the model. I know Elliot's done a lot of work in that. I know Will's done work in that. They're kind of, and they've actually like, I love it because I think they almost understand it better than me sometimes.
Wait, understand what?
The state machine.
Oh,
Because you guys like, I love it because you guys have come up with these solutions like I wasn't even thinking of. That's awesome.
yeah, we get a little clever now and then, but it's I don't think it's because we know the state machine better than you do, but we know like fighting games and how those kind of work.
Yeah.
So it's like Paycheck. We're like reverse engineering like shit that we like to kind of fit into the state machine. But yeah, it's really fun. Like because we've always wondered like what it's like to make a game. So like when we can get creative, like the state machine's great because it allows for us to get creative.
Yeah, I think that was our main thing is that when John and I, that's the other developer, were kind of figuring out what we could do. We wanted to really focus on an implementation that would give a lot of power to sort of Elliot and Will as the game designers. And we didn't want to be we didn't want to be a bottleneck on that process at all. So what we did is actually John made a state machine that's not even specific to fighting games at all.
Right.
And I've just been spending time tuning that and adding functionality to make it specific to fighting games. But I've been trying to keep it kind of general and exposing. Basically, I'm just moving a lot of that logic that I would write hard code into the game into the state machine. And that gives so that way Elliot and Will can actually make these changes without talking to me, right? So if they're like, oh, you know what, I don't feel like this cancel feels really good right now. I'd love to see how it feels with more frames or fewer fewer frames. They can make that choice, and I don't even have to do anything. It's kind of if you look at Mugen, that old fighting game engine from the 90s. This is how they do it too. Is they just have a giant state machine that transitions into everything else.
Mugen's still going strong.
I know they are. I shouldn't say old. I should say experienced veteran game engine.
Oh yeah, Mugen's still being supported, unlike Dwarf Fortress.
God damn it.
So I don't know. I think our plan as far as the state machine and kind of how the game plays is we're just kind of making it really flexible right now, and I think as time goes on, once we understand exactly how to implement the real feel that Will and Elliot are looking for, that's when we kind of start locking things down, if we need to. Yeah.
I mean, we're in a very interesting state of game development as far as fighting games go, because every engine has ways that it deals with very, 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 very specific situations, and we're right now in the phase where we are forming the like you saw that UFGTX talk with Mike Z, where he was talking about how Skullgirl's engine works and how like the Marvel 2 engine works and all these different engines, like how they work specifically, like how they deal with cross-ups and stuff like that. How most games don't get it right, where you cross up and you hit them, and you want the engine to understand it so that it drags the defending character towards you, but the way that the engine like interprets, you know, where hits push people back and stuff like that, like so we're in the part where we're deciding whether the engine decides the direction of pushback when you get off the ground or when you hit them. It's that kind of stuff, like really, really basic stuff that you don't think would make a huge difference, but makes the biggest difference. We're in that phase right now, so it's super, super exciting. If that makes sense to anyone.
Huh. It's mostly about you. I actually haven't seen you talk, although if you could look it up.
Oh yeah, I'll find it. Hold on.
Oh, by the way, since we were talking about Japanese stuff, I brought some Japanese stuff too. Check this out.
Hi, Chu.
What are you doing?
I got a bunch of
Raichu.
for
Oh,
Christmas.
fuck yeah.
I'm gonna eat one right now.
Speaking of which, I better learn my Flash again if we're going to be using Scaleform. Oh, that means I have to install it.
Nice. 2 hours. That's nice and long, just how I like it.
Ooh. Oh, easy there.
Yeah. Oof.
It is a Unity stream. Hi, Isaac the Dragon.
What's up, Isaac?
So yeah, if you watch that video, basically we're at that point where we're deciding the personality of the engine. Yeah, it's a very exciting time.
I'm excited.
Too. I'm fully erect.
The director of esports video for the Daily Dot is now following us on Twitter.
Who?
Director of esports video for Daily Dot.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Are we famous yet?
So close.
Do we have a what do you call it? A what is it? What's the word I'm looking for? When can we say we're famous? What's the word I'm looking for? It's never mind. When can we say we're famous? What's that moment where we're like, yeah, we're famous?
I don't know. I feel like that being famous in a community is weird because you're not like,
Yeah, it means nothing basically.
yeah, you're not like publicly facing
Yeah. You're
famous.
not gonna be Brad Pitt.
Right, like Tim Schafer walks into PAX and he's famous, but as soon as the weekend is over, no one knows who the fuck he is.
Yeah.
I
When he
like
goes to
that.
Starbucks, no one knows who he is.
I like
Yeah.
Isaac's definition, actually. That is the best definition. When someone makes a Wikipedia page about you.
That's very true. Yeah, and someone
That's
catalogs your life into a Wikipedia page.
Or when an edit that includes your name on Wikipedia doesn't disappear 2 minutes later.
When someone approaches you about doing a documentary on your life.
Okay.
Yeah, can we all make Wikipedia pages for each other and a ring or something like that? And then we can all be famous.
So let's see, like, Frank Frazetta, would you say he's famous? Can he be considered famous? Like, real famous? You're Googling him right now. I guess the answer is no.
I mean,
I heard someone typing.
That's just me.
Oh, never mind.
I mean, yeah, but it's the same thing. Like, he's famous within a community.
What about Hayao Miyazaki? You think is he famous? Or is he just community famous?
No, he's famous.
Okay. I mean, the guy's won Oscar awards,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
He's gotta be famous, right? People cosplay as him. Did you know that?
I did not know that. That's pretty funny, though.
Awesome.
Oh no, this album's gonna be over soon. And then we're gonna listen to Damu. Holy shit, he just released a bunch of stuff in 2015. Huh?
Who released a bunch of stuff in 2015?
Damu, the Fudge Monk.
What?
He's very good. You should probably listen to him. You would enjoy him very much.
Oh shit, I just realized our Cerebrawl post on our Kappa has 65 comments.
Sure does. Oh god, we just got 3 more comments that I have to answer.
Go for it, Mr. Community Manager. You ever watch what's that show called? Arrested Development. I'm Mr. Manager. No, you're just the manager. Yeah, so this should be okay, probably. Oh man.
These are the songs of the great.
Actually, I don't know. Like this, I guess I won't risk it.
I have community managed. Apparently if you edit a Wikipedia page and type D's nuts, it doesn't let it happen.
Damn. Damn,
Well-
we've been foiled.
Damn it, Wikipedia.
That's pretty funny. I would laugh if that was hard coded. Probably just like a list of strings that are just not allowed.
The when I was working on Project Spark, we had a swear word filter that was apparently like a gig's worth of data.
What?
And some of the engineers were looking through it and they were like, there is shit in there that I did not even know existed. There's a lot you can learn apparently from a filter.
What was in there? Actually,
I like.
you know what? This is a mature-only stream to say it. What was in there?
Oh, I don't know. There's all kinds of shit. I mean, you could probably just strip Urban Dictionary.
Ah.
Opie, stop. Stop doing that thing. Thank you.
Alright. So, update on the programming. I had some wishful thinking where I was hoping in C# it would just figure out that if my definition of equality that I want is all the sub-objects to be equal to each other, but it doesn't really work that way. It checks references, which are memory pointers, so basically I need to write my own equals method, and now I'm just trying to debug that. Oh,
Stop.
so I need to mess this first. Mistaken. I gotta stop these high tunes.
Oh my god, I'm so close to being done with cleaning up this stupid animation. I draw 15 more shoelaces.
It's so specific.
No. Shoelaces and spikes are like the last thing that I do. Just because it's so monotonous.
What was that thing that Alden was talking about? Edge Animate, that's it. I wonder if there's an Edge Animate plugin for Unity.
Edge Animate? What is that?
It's the transition from Flash into HTML5 that Adobe's trying to do. They're gonna kill Flash forever.
Forever. Wait, what does YouTube run off of?
Python.
Oh, okay. They don't use Flash anymore.
Oh, the video player?
They
Yeah,
they use both. They use Flash and
Yeah.
HTML5.
Okay.
Yep. HTML5 when possible, but yeah, they still use Flash.
Apparently, Adobe also has a program called Muse that is basically Squarespace, except you deploy on your own web or on your own web hosting.
It's probably their like successor to Dreamweaver or something.
Yeah, probably. Looks interesting. It looks like Photoshop smashed into Dreamweaver. Having every Adobe program available to me is kind of sweet.
Did you pay for like one of the packs or something?
No, I pay for Creative Cloud, so
Oh, nice.
I pay $54 a month.
Worth it?
Yeah, totally. I mean, the issue is like, I already need more than Photoshop, because I need Photoshop, Illustrator, Premiere, After Effects, Flash. I think that's it. Sometimes InDesign. And I think just one of those is $20 a month, right?
How
much do you pay for-
20, something like that,
Yeah. So if I were to just get one of those each, that would be way more than $54.
Yeah. Wait, 4 of them? You have 4 that you need?
I have 5, almost 6.
5? Okay. Okay. Done cleaning up that, so I'm gonna work on a new animation. Oh. Hmm. Oh my god, I'm. Oh my god, I think I'm getting hit with a food coma.
Hang in there.
Okay, let's see. This is a standing move. Let's grab the. Let's see. Special theme. All right, let's see.
Okay. Okay.
I've got to tell you this.
Okay,
The most
let's see.
nauseating sound that was ever created by man. There is one. This is the most sound that was ever generated. It's
Beams, huh? I wonder if this beam will be usable in the air. Hold on. Let me just- Hmm.
No problem.
All right, be right back. I need some water.
I know what you guys are trying to pull, but you're not going to push me around.
Oh, Henry, not for the world would I push you around, but look, there is one more thing now that you're talking about it. We need
Whew. Man, it's 10 o'clock already.
I know.
Where's Mello? That guy said he would be here.
He's on the stream. He says happy Saturday.
Oh, did he? Oh. BombiCon, hello.
Oh wait, I don't even need to do that. Oh no, I didn't. Huh.
Let's see, who's in the chat today? Breakfast Brew? No, Heaven Boy. Hey, Obi Snuffles.
That's me.
I knew it. Rubisaka? Rubisaka? Wacko is God. C to the P. SDA willpower. Oof. Serious question, guys. Should I or should I not eat a slice of pizza?
I thought you were about to be in a food coma.
Yeah, but I'm over that now, so I'm thinking about going back into this food coma.
Are you though? Because you literally just said like 2 minutes ago that you're going to be in a food coma.
Yeah, but then I realized I'm hungry too. Have you ever been in a food coma and been hungry at the same time?
Yeah. I mean,
My
I
life's
feel
a
like
mess.
Thanksgiving is that. Like you eat and then a couple hours later you're like, well, I'm hungry again, but I also wish I were asleep.
Yep. The struggle. I'm trying to figure out what to make this this beam look like.
Beaming. Did you wait? You had a beam animation already.
Yeah, but it looks bad.
No, it doesn't. It looks good.
Does it? Oh, it looks awful. Come on, give me
What are
a
you
break.
talking about? Let me see that beam again.
It's too tall.
Huh?
Are you doing this stuff?
Let's see. How about a pose kind of like this? The tough part is I don't know if this this pose has to work for standing and in the air, because you know a lot of beams and stuff work in the air too.
Oh, that's true. BRB. Alright, you gotta stop me. Stop.
I've been trying. I just
Oh, okay.
she might have been a drill.
It's the garbage.
I wish I could help.
It's a problem. It's just made it tired
I know I
of
can,
chunk.
but I know someone who can.
Who's the zoner? Operator 28 is going to be the zoner. It's going to be like a Chris Redfield type zoning. Is my guess. Actually, like I don't know. We have to like just make him and then play test him and see how he turns out. Yeah.
Okay. And I'd just like to take the time right now to thank you for buying this album. Thank you for sharing the experience with us. We had a lot of fun making this album.
Sorry.
We hope you'll have a lot of fun listening to it.
Yeah, this is going to be a Marvel 2 type game where, you know, each character is going to have a ton of specials and stuff like that, I think. Yeah, right now it's kind of tough to, like, create a character type because there's only one character right now. You know, maybe I can work on the idle animation for Operator 28.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah. Yeah, there's going to be a shit ton of prototyping going into making Operator 28 because I'm not sure how his shield is going to work tech-wise. Yeah.
Ooh, okay, so I'm getting closer. I have individual hit freezes per character, but now the frames are wrong. They're freezing for way too long. But we are getting closer. Oh, and sometimes it's inconsistent. It's like it never, like the freeze never stops, or the freeze doesn't come back a second time. So there's some debugging to do. Oh, and things hit sometimes. Fun. Right, okay.
Oh, Z to the P. Wait, Juju reference? 28, Operator 13? Lost or something? I picked Operator 28 because, well, what is it? Antor was actually Tetsugen 28, which means the 28th Iron Man, or Iron Man number 28.
Gigantor.
That's actually how they got the Akira's number is number 28 for the same reason. Juju was the Skullgirls character? What? Wait, how come I've never seen this character? Oh, non-canonical. Oh, a reference to her sniper rifle, Gorgon 13. Like Golgo 13. Man, I didn't know Skullgirls was so referencey. Wait, so who is this? Was she she wasn't a character, a selectable character, was she?
Oh, see? This is why you don't use suggestions for characters.
Why?
Because it's exactly what happened to Lab Zero.
What?
Someone suggested the character on Facebook.
Which one?
And they used it Juju.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And they used it, but they weren't able to obtain the rights.
What?
And they wasted too much time and money trying to get the rights for the character, so they ended up not pursuing her at all.
God damn.
Yeah. We've answered this question before because people have asked about it. People have sent us emails about like giving us character suggestions or whatever, and while that's very nice of you, we can't accept any of them because stuff like that happens.
Wait, I'm sorry. So, someone was a big enough fan of Skullgirls to be like, "Hey, I designed this character for you guys. Do you want to use it?"
Yeah.
And they said, yeah, and then he just turned around and said, fuck you, give me money.
Well, yeah, they had to enter into an agreement. The deal included a confidentiality agreement, which McNeil unfortunately broke by starting a thread on Skullheart. As a result, Juju will no longer be referenced in Skullgirl's canon.
Ooh, that guy's kicking himself then.
Yeah, so he broke his own deal by breaking an NDA.
Yeah. Got a bit too excited then.
God. I wonder if they thought it would be cool, kind of like a Battle Angel Alita. Because Battle Angel Alita, at some point, just the artists just started accepting fan designs,
Hmm.
and it was very popular. His actual words after the matter, so she's all mine now. Wow.
That's fucked.
Sure that. What is he gonna do with it afterwards? Like,
I don't know.
finally.
Finally, I have rights to this kid. Well, I mean, hopefully he's not going to try to become a professional artist after that debacle. No one's going to touch him.
Well, he didn't do any of the art. He just designed the character.
Oh.
And then they actually like put in time and money putting the character into the game when he fucked up and said something too early.
Yeah.
What a cool guy. I don't even know what to say. Holy crap.
Yeah. No offense to the Lab Zero team, because they're all super talented people, but like, that's one of the mistakes that people who haven't already worked in the game industry make, because they just don't know about that stuff. I'm surprised their publisher didn't do anything about that, because their publisher was like a long time, or two long time game industry vets, and I'm sure they're the ones that had to work the deal out. I wouldn't even touch that shit. I'd be like, nope, that character's gone now forever, thanks. By suggesting it, you've removed it from the equation forever.
Finally, a production music library that sounds great. We don't need to say anything else. If you're in production, you know the power potential of music
So I've got this. So I've got it working. But I think I realized we kind of made a mistake in the way that we decided sort of what collisions happen and what collisions don't. So I'm thinking that if there's any collision at all between two players, that you can't actually collide again until that first collision is resolved. Does that make sense?
Hold on. So once they collide, they can't collide again until that collision is resolved.
Until that collision is resolved, there's no new hitboxes. No new hitbox collisions will count. Does that make sense? So, for example, if a character gets hit twice at the same time by two collisions, only one will tick. And if one kind of just transitions into another collision immediately, like let's say there's two hitboxes that overlap each other, right?
Okay, yeah.
And let's say there's A and B. Okay. So let's say first A hits the character, right? And in the next frame, A doesn't hit the character, but B hits the character.
Okay.
Right. In that case, I think we should actually make it so that B doesn't happen. And here's my argument why. It's the same. It's in the same frame. Right. So if you want to design an attack that actually hits twice, you'd have to have just some time where there's no frames that attack, that make contact.
Yeah.
Basically, that's the one change you have to make as a designer. Does that make sense? And here's the reason. So here's the reason why. If you look at my screen right now, this is what happens when you. Oh, actually, this is an infinite loop potentially, but this is what happens when you just allow every single collision to kind of take effect and freeze the character. It ends up freezing it multiple times. Because first one frame will attack it, and then the second frame will attack it like a few frames later, and it just freezes. And, like if you're basically you're basically having multiple attacks that don't. You have multiple attacks. You have the same attack turning into multiple attacks. That's what I'm trying to say. So here I can show you on the animation. The current way it works, right, is that every hitbox is kind of. You need to be able to support moves that have multiple hits immediately after. Yeah, and I think we can do that without, even with this changed behavior. So if you look at this, let's look at this jab, for example, right? So you've got this attack here. Are you looking at my screen, Elliot?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
wait,
cool.
oh, sorry. Yeah, I thought I was in the stream, but no, I'm on the Hangout. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So if you look at this frame here, you'll see that's kind of the attack. And basically what I'm saying is that this attack, this frame and this are two separate attacks right now. You get what I'm saying?
I think the Hangout needs to catch up. So, you're on frame 2 right now.
Yep, and if you move to frame 3, you'll see that there's a smaller square.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
To be able to support a move with startup active one frame, another active one frame recovery. The only way we could do that right now. Okay. Well, hold on. Let me finish my thought. So what I'm saying is that those are two completely separate attacks right now in the current implementation.
Yeah.
So I feel like those shouldn't be two different attacks. Does that make sense? Because this one's going to hit first, and then 5 frames later, the freeze is going to start again because this makes contact.
Is that how it works right now? I thought if there were two hitboxes back to back, they would count as one.
The way it works right now is if the character is hit at all, it's like, yeah, I guess it's closer to the initial behavior that I kind of described, which is that if this character has any attack from another character, there's no additional contact until that first one kind of resolves.
Yeah.
Okay, so never mind. I shouldn't have even brought this up. I'll just fix it to build behavior. Although willpower argues that you want to be able to do that.
Wait. You need to be able to support moves that have multiple hits immediately after. Yeah, but I mean, we can always just duplicate a frame and just put a 1 frame buffer in between. You know what I mean?
So if you wanted to avoid that, you have to basically add IDs to what every attack is. Like basically, like this hitbox is correlated to attack 1. This hitbox is correlated to attack 2, and so on.
Uh-huh.
So we could still modify the system to support that. It's just it would require more configuration on you and Will's part to do that.
I'm wondering if it's worth it. Yeah. Should be able to support a move with startup active 1 frame, another active 1 frame recovery. I don't know how important that is.
I mean, we can always revisit this later. Like, we don't have to do it. We don't have to do this right now. It's for balance. I'm not sure. That's what Will says.
Yeah.
It says.
Yeah. Willpower. Could you elaborate more on like why that would be important for balance?
What is that cat doing? She's trying to get to the top of the bookshelf?
Your game should support that case, I think, because your characters have to freeze for the same amount of time. I'm not saying you need it as a move in your game, but it should support it. Wait, I don't understand. Wait. Characters have to freeze for the same amount of time.
Well, they will freeze for the same amount of time as of right now. I mean, basically, the freezing is affecting both of them whenever any attack collides.
Yeah. Like if you have a 2-hit move.
Suspense is killing me.
Yeah. I think this is probably a fairly complicated concept, so he's trying to pick his words carefully, but the suspense is killing me. Like if you have a 2-hit move with startup, 1 active hitbox, secondary hitbox, recovery. Oh,
Oh, well, you don't have to worry about that because the projectiles will be considered a completely separate character or entity in this particular one.
no. Trying to think. I don't know.
Well, I think we'll see. I can always make it work that way, but we don't have to. I mean, we could tackle that when it comes.
Yeah.
It's a 1 frame gap, though. It's like
Yeah.
16 points. I don't even think people will notice.
Like, principally, by principle, I do agree. You know.
Well, if the first hit lives and the second hit comes out immediately, the second hit will register because there was no collision the first two. So it's not like we're only testing the first box, we're testing all the boxes. It's just when a collision occurs, until that collision clears, another collision won't trigger any behavior.
Wait, so you're saying, what is the condition that a hit clears?
When the opponent when your character and the opponent's character have no colliding boxes between the two of them in one direction. So like let's say player 1 or player 2, if they have their collisions clear in the case where no hitbox from player 1 hits any hitbox from player 2.
Okay. Oh, I see.
Appearing natural is not easy. It's hard work.
I think Marvel 2 does something similar with projectiles because there's some test with Dune's rock assist, and if you like combo during a rock assist, some of them fly through them because it ignores overlapping multiple hitboxes. But I'm trying to think.
Well, we can make ours whatever. It doesn't have to copy Marvel.
Right. But I'm trying to think of the ramifications down the line, depending on what distance we pick with. So 2 hitboxes. Okay, let's say so so what would happen if, okay, let's say I called assist, right?
You call the assist, okay?
Yeah. And we both did low forward, but the assist did the low forward, okay. Low medium kick, we both did low medium kick, let's say, right?
Okay.
Let's say the assist did it 1 frame later than I did.
Then it'll hit twice. It'll still hit. I mean, it'll hit twice if they hit the same frame too. I'm not sure if that's what you want though. Like if you want, like if only one character can beat on the character at a time.
Well, I mean, even if we, even let's say that both, like we have to decide which frame data the defending character gets hit with, right? Like let's say 2 hitboxes hit them at the same time.
Yeah.
At the very least, we still have to decide, like, okay, which effect is gonna inherit.
Right now, you can only assign one behavior to either hitbox. All hitboxes have the same behavior.
All hitboxes have the same behavior?
In a particular frame. Right now.
Wait, don't they all have different like hit stun data and?
Not per hitbox. Per frame it does.
Wait, really?
Oh wait, or maybe I'm wrong actually.
I thought it was by hitbox.
Might be by hitbox. I mean, that's a whole other can of worms though, because we didn't even support that to begin with.
Wait, we need one that has multiple hitboxes in it, so.
Oh yeah, you're right. It depends on the hitbox that hits. Oh right. We wanted to do that because, in the case where you hit them with like the edge instead of like the.
Yeah.
But you know what? I mean, it's just ordered right now. So the one at the top wins, basically.
Oh, that's how it wins. Okay, that's how it decides.
As of right now. I mean, I think that's the best way to choose whichever one wins.
Yeah.
I don't want to make it any more complex than that.
What about if it's an assist and a point character who hit at the same time?
They will both of their collisions will take effect against the opponent.
They'll both? So will it add like hit stun to each other, or does it choose the higher value?
Will it add hit stun? Yeah. No, it'll just assign. Well, last one wins, same as before. So.
Whichever hits last. Okay.
Well, whichever one's considered last, I think.
Okay. All right. No, that sounds correct. We still have to come up with like high lows. Like if an assist comes in and does a low attack, but I do an overhead attack, like there's got to be a way to defend against that.
What? Is that even possible in any game?
Yeah, like each game has like a different solution as to how they decide to deal with that. But like Skullgirls, I think if you do an overhead and a low at the same time, it doesn't matter which direction you block. It doesn't matter what direction you block. You'll block it as long as you're blocking.
Wait, any attack? But
in Skullgirls, if your assist does a low and you do an overhead, it doesn't matter if you're standing or crouching. You can still block it.
You'll still block both, though?
Both, yeah, you'll block both. Marvel 2 has something where you can block it, but only if you push block. There's weird stuff like that. So we got to figure out how we're gonna do it.
Got it.
Push blocks. Maybe something cool like a just frame push block.
That's all fine and dandy. We know the day starts with the sunrise and ends with the sunset, and we can tell an hour in the day, but...
Now I'm trying to work out a bug. The fact that the collisions aren't causing any state changes anymore.
Alright, be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Seems to be because there's no... Seems the collision never reaches the character. I think this has to do with my code that I put around this before that does the cleanup of the character collisions and stuff like that. How do I handle hit cancels? We just say, so the state machine kind of just describes it best, I think. The way that you cancel from one state to another is if, like, let's say trying to cancel from standing jet to strong or something. Okay, rebuild. Basically, the cancel from standing jab to strong punch is if between frame 7 and frame 31, you press the medium button, and the opponent is frozen. So the opponent's already been hit by something. And then I imagine special cancels would kind of follow the same behavior. I don't know if we have any special cancels though.
First of all, the vibrations that make the sounds of music are nice and even, and the sound that comes out is smooth. But there's something else about music that makes it more pleasing than just plain noise, and that is the sounds take turns. They're organized.
Why? How do you do your
You
cancels?
know what this is?
Suppose everyone here would call this a what?
You have to change that window on every cancel. No, it's not. It doesn't have to do with the move that you're canceling into. It has to do with the move that you're canceling from. All of this information is based off of the frames that I'm canceling from. So, on strong punch, frame 7 to 31 of this particular animation, the strong punch animation is when I can cancel into other ones. Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding. 2 types of cancels. Got it. I don't think we have anything that you would cancel from a freeze when there's hit freeze right now.
Yeah, not yet, as far as I know of.
You keep a list on each move? Huh. How do you define a move? It's like a punch and move?
Alright, I'm back.
What's up?
I got pizza.
Of course you did.
I'm a big fatty. Oh, now it's too hot. I'll just do some drawing while it cools down. Alright, let's see. How do you do hit cancels? How do you handle hit cancels? Special cancels and whatnot. Wait, did someone take this already?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about it right now. He mentions the type of canceling that I'm not really familiar with, from canceling from a freeze frame.
Oh no, we do that. It's in our state machine.
Well, you can't really. Well, I mean, if there's hit freeze that freezes both characters, you can't recover from that right now. Like the 5 frames where it's frozen because there's, it's right after a collision or whatever.
Oh yeah, but we can use that as a what do you call it? As a condition, like a transition condition. I think that's how we do it right now.
Oh yeah, that's hit. Sorry, that's my fault. It's hit stun, not hit freeze. But yeah.
Oh, it's hit stun.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
My bad. I messed up with definitions.
No, it's okay.
Every move is supposed to move states to define the family moves. Yeah. Each move states with the different animation cancel notification boxes. Yeah, I mean ours is very similar, except the when it can cancel is kind of more dictated by the state machine. And so we have like a component that's kind of behavior of the individual state, which is like the animation and stuff like that. And then we have another concept of a state, which is like kind of how the state interacts with other ones. Yeah, ours isn't global to the state machine.
Yeah, because every move we have to punch in all the transition conditions.
Yeah. If that needs to change, yeah, we change that for every transition right now. I mean, I could imagine a way to make this a possible thing, but I don't know. I mean, it's probably not useful at all, but kind of almost like the fact that you can change the cancel windows into different attacks. Although that's probably confusing for people in general, so maybe it's not worth adding, or functionality worth keeping. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of annoying, but
control is always more useful than convenience when it comes to fighting games, in my opinion.
Well, we're still kind of figuring out what we're gonna do. I mean, we're waiting until I think this character is done before we decide what the process is gonna look like for making the other 8 or 7, or however many we end up with. So I think, yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm personally a little bit concerned with making it too rigid, though, just because I want to have a lot of flexibility about how characters act. Like, I think it's cool that, like in Skullgirls, there's some characters that have charge attacks, and like how long they move backwards, charge increases their gauge bar. And it's like, a unique action for that character. And I kind of imagine like it'd be nice to have characters like that in Cerebrawl too. So. Which P2 is this character? Oh, that's funny. Scriptable objects for our moves. I mean, all of our moves are scriptable. Oh, I see what you're saying. I mean, that's...
Oh, I see, yeah. So just like, instead of going into each transition and changing the numbers, you just have it be like
a script that you can change for every single one. And every state is a script. I mean, that's basically what our state machine is now. The difference is that there's a very rigid set of logic that you have to adhere to. Like the transition, like you basically have a choice of what you can transition to. and out of. Like, I don't know if you want to actually have like an arbitrary scripting language per state. Like, I don't know, in my experience with these types of systems, you're almost always having to, like, I find myself always kind of limited by the functionality anyway. Like, being able to store state beyond, like, across multiple states without, requires, like, you know, some sort of arbitrary object that you have that you attach that you can pull data into and out of, and that's not really statically typed, so you're prone to error with that one too. It doesn't seem that valuable, I think, in our current phase. Like, I'd love for there to be a character that's complex enough where we have to kind of rethink our logic.
Why don't you do that?
But I just don't imagine, like, scriptable is a lot of power. Oh, is that the shared object thing? That's what our state machine is.
Went out and cut over.
We use a tool called Full Inspector that basically is a bit nicer than a scriptable object. And it handles serialization and deserialization of data, like, pretty much magically, and also builds out inspectors and stuff like that. So that's been a huge help for us. Like, the only editor that I've actually had to modify by hand is the animation one. And everything else is, like, not custom at all. Like, Full Inspector just kind of handles all of that for you. But yeah, we do have objects, we do have state that, or data that isn't stored, that isn't attached to a component directly, or behavior directly. Okay. So all of our move data, no, not in the state machine object, but every state machine has an animation, and then some information is stored with the animation, like the hitboxes and so on. So it's kind of, in the future, we're just going to have, I imagine, an editor where everything is kind of combined into a single thing, but, or at least kind of shown together in that way, but I don't. But we kind of prioritize as a team that the current way to modify characters and stuff like that is fine, and that we'll work on gameplay instead. Edit it without Unity? No. I don't think Will or Elliot have ever asked me to modify things outside of Unity.
Yeah, please don't. Text files, JSON files can suck my balls.
Sounds like you've had some personal experience with those.
Oh no. I have. It wasn't fun. Yeah. Did some of that stuff at Disney.
Yeah, I think, well, JSON in general is kind of not a great human readable markup language. Like, I'd use YAML or something. But yeah, I think that I have, as a text in JSON in general is a lot nicer to programmers. But when a majority of your like consumer of your tools and stuff like that is non-developers, it makes more sense to just have an interface. And that's one of the reasons why we chose Unity. Really, it's not because, you know, we thought that Unity was an amazing game engine and we wanted to use it really badly. It's just the editor is so flexible that it's easy to build pieces that other people can use. Yeah, I'm familiar with a scriptable object, and if you look at Full Inspector, you'll see that we use that implementation instead, just because the serialization, deserialization, and turning that into a UI is a hell of a lot better. Like, one of the downsides of scriptable objects, from what I recall, is that you can't actually use subclassing. because if you specify an interface in your object that's a scriptable object, it actually doesn't save that data on save. So you lose information about what the subclasses are, which makes it really hard when you want to work with like an inheritance model with your objects, like your scriptable objects. So I mean that alone kind of made us move towards full inspector, and also the fact that it handles like, here I'll just shut this down, like all this stuff that we have now, like here, like expanding this, being able to choose a list, being able to reorder elements within a list. All of that comes from full inspector. We didn't write any of the code that handles this at all. It just handles the serialization of types, being able to populate like, these are all the classes, for example, that inherit from like our action base, and it just like is able to handle that, and it handles like the reflection to find what all the subclasses are. It's just like, man, I'll be honest, I struggled a bit with trying to get this like this hitbox stuff into this 2K2D animation editor already. So I think any time I don't have to spend adding stuff like this is like a huge plus for me. Yeah, although this one in general is just a pain, I think, no matter what tool I used. Like, I did write some custom debug code to get this to work in this and also in game at the same time. This is actually just, no, this won't change that. Unless I restart the game, it won't start again. There you go. And yeah, at some point I'll fix it so that player 3 and player 4 don't show up. Move groups that could cancel too? That'd be interesting.
Oh, just classify something as a special and you can automatically special into it from normal?
Well, I'm thinking... Well, I don't know. It's kind of custom though, because for us, you know, the cancels work light to heavy, and you could hard code that behavior, but it's kind of nice in the fact that you can kind of control what can cancel into what. Like, and I don't know. I look at Skullgirls a lot for reference, and in that game, you can't actually cancel from every light move to every heavy move, at least from what I could tell. Like, there's some situations where you can't cancel from like the light move to the heavy move directly, or if they don't follow the same cancel hierarchy. So it's kind of nice that we can control that flexibility, at least for this phase. You know, like I said, this is our pilot. We're just trying to see how we're trying to make this as flexible as possible. We can put as much control in Elliot and Will's hands, right? And I think once we get like a good rhythm going, we'll probably start locking that down and like adding more tools and normalizing some things so that it's easier for them to do. But I mean, right now, I've gotten feedback already for various behaviors that don't make sense. So, yeah, woo, coding stream. I wouldn't call them edge cases, but there are things to consider. That's definitely true.
No.
I appreciate the conversation. Don't worry, you know, I'm happy. You can grill me or not grill me or whatever. That's definitely cool. Yeah. I think the difference between you and I is that you have a very clear idea of what you want. So, you know, you can add in the rigid functionality to accomplish what you're looking for. At least from my perspective, I'm not the main gameplay designer, so I have to make my tool more accessible to other people and more flexible so that other people can control it.
It's like Dwarf Fortress. It was never made for other people.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was made for the brothers who made it, and that was it. And then eventually they were like, well, I guess we'll put it out. And it became their most popular game.
And everyone tried to edit it, and they were like, "What the hell is this?"
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. I don't know. I think what we'll do is get Will, our game designer, involved. I'll shoot the idea by him and see what he thinks. But I don't want to make any changes in this. Like, I've made this mistake several times of assuming what people want and being horribly wrong. So nowadays, I'll ask, but I'll definitely throw that point of view out.
If you have moved with 10 plus cancels and you decide to change the frame data, hold on, let me think about that.
Sorry, so OmniShift, I'm gonna get to coding in a little bit. I'm just trying to figure out how to solve this problem right now. We're making a fighting game, so I've got what's happening right now is that these characters get frozen after they collide, but when they get frozen, they're not able to kind of accept new state changes. So they don't actually get hurt, just because they get frozen instead.
And the asked to get moves with 10 plus cancels. You decide to change the frame data. Oh, I see. I see. Windows, huh?
What I gotta do is take the freaking keys. Alright. So I think what I'll do for now is make it so that the freeze frames are added once the characters kind of enter that collision state. Because this is kind of where my problem is right now. Because they get frozen before they can even accept the collision. That's what happens. And then that collision gets cleared like immediately afterwards. So I think if you're the one that's receiving the collision, you have to kind of choose when you get frozen. So is the hit stun thing, is that after the hit freeze? So I'm stunned for like 5 frames, so I'm frozen for 5 frames and then stunned for like 4, something like that.
Oh, I see.
I'm just curious.
So you're asking how would it count it? Like if it's, so if the hit stun is 5, but the hit freeze is 4, how long is it frozen in real life? How long are they vulnerable in real life? So I would say you would add those two, so 9 frames. And the hit freeze would activate on the first frame they made contact.
Yep.
Mhm.
So okay. So let's say I configure hit stun to be 4 frames. All right. Would I still be stunned by the end of a hit freeze of 5 frames?
Yeah. I mean,
So my character would basically be, I couldn't control my character for 9 frames. Then, right?
yeah. The values would add from hit freeze and like. Yeah, effectively, the values would be added.
Yeah, the values would be added.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 9 frames then.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes things easier.
You having cat issues?
I don't know, my cat just loves to meow all the time.
Oh,
It's pretty hilarious.
adorable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meow. Yeah.
You can hear her, Keenan.
Oh,
Yeah,
you can.
Yeah, she's just going nuts.
She's adorable. I love
She wants to
this
touch you so
animal.
bad. She like jumped up on my chest. Yeah. She's neglecting you.
Oh my god.
Keenan is neglecting you.
My cat is just going nuts.
Is he neglecting you, Keenan?
No, I'm not neglecting my cat. She's
Yes.
just being nuts.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
She always is.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I love you, Keenan. Scratch your butt. Keenan. Keenan. Did she sit on you?
Did she sit on me?
Can she?
Oh, sure.
Can she need attention?
I don't know. She's always like this, so.
Keenan, chill with your dad.
Yeah. I'm not happy with this plantation. Since it's not my problem anyway.
Yeah. Keenan. Keenan. Oh, Keenan. Yeah.
Oh my god.
What's up?
Risa,
What?
you just take her somewhere or what?
She keeps following me and talking.
I know, she's just attention.
Oh. Wow.
One sec.
That cat is adorable.
That's basically both of our cats.
I don't know, man. Your cat does not want attention at all.
The fat one, when she gets used to you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, just needs attention all the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Thanks. I think Keenan's gone for a little bit.
Keenan's the cat, right?
No, that's my wife.
Wait, what's
No,
your
I'm just
cat's
kidding.
name?
I'm
You
just
son of
messing-
a bitch.
I'm just messing with you.
Hey, where did you get Keenan?
Oh, where did we get Keenan?
Yeah.
Oh, we got it at the shelter down in like West Seattle.
Hmm.
Let me see.
Does,
Let's see if I
does,
can find it.
does Keenan have a story? Usually those shelter cats usually have a story.
Kitty Harbor. That's where I picked her up.
What harbor?
Kitty Harbor, Seattle.
Oh. No.
Sorry, and that's not related to the conversation that you guys are having on the shift in willpower. Sorry.
Oh, right.
But that's cool. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Cool. It's cool that you're learning how to code, man. It's a lot of fun once you get into it. But yeah, that's why I picked up my cat. A funny story about that. When I picked her up, that was also the day that I locked Prisa and I out of our car twice.
Wait.
And then my wife, Prisa.
Wait, Prisa, yeah, okay.
Yeah. So we got the cat, and then I was walking back to the car, and then I noticed that the keys were inside.
Oh.
And oh, damn it! So we like waited. So I had to call one of the locksmiths to come down, and they were almost there, and then I realized the back door was open.
Oh
So I
my
was like-
god.
So I called the guy, and I was like, "Hey, you don't have to come anymore." He's like, "Well, okay, fine, but I'm gonna charge you for my inconvenience." I was like, "Okay, that's fine, that's fair. Go ahead and do that." And then what happened after that was I locked us out of the car again. This time with locking the back. But I did that because I was trying to go to the ATM to get some cash to pay for like the cat's adoption. And the best part about that was like my car got declined, so I had to drive around a couple different places. And then the second place I drove to, I locked myself out of the car again. And then the person came, and then I had to call the same locksmith, and they came over and they fixed my car. But my card got declined. So I had to get Prisa to not only, deal with 2 hours of me locking us out, but also paying for the locksmith and the cat too. It was so bad. It was so bad. Yeah.
Like,
yes.
what would it have taken you to just punch your window out?
I don't know. I should have just gone for it. But here's the funny thing though, is so my card got locked down in the first place because apparently calling a locksmith in West Seattle is sketchy. So they locked my account out on the weekend, so I couldn't open it up until the next weekend, until like next Tuesday. It's just so stupid. I gotta say. Whoa. Great. More bugs. Oh,
As
I know.
far as shady behavior goes, calling a locksmith, I don't know. pretty low on the list of shady behavior.
That's my opinion as well, but whatever. Holy shit.
The rest is up to you.
Oh, I think I know why this is happening. Alright, I think I have an okay solution that I will fix later.
So, how awkward was it when you had to call the guys the second time, be like, I know I just called you and told you not to come, but can you come?
It wasn't too bad. It was just, I just owned up to it. Just swallowed my pride.
Yeah.
It was really more Carissa that I was afraid of than people. But you know what though? She had the cat, the Keenan, with her, sleeping on her lap like a baby. So that kept her calm. Normally she would be
stopped her from getting up and decking you.
Yeah. No, normally that would have happened way earlier, like 5 minutes in.
But the cat was asleep on her lap, so she couldn't get up.
No. I should have taken that as an opportunity to just run away. Just catch like a bus and disappear. But good times. Okay. I think this fixes that bug. Here's the moment of truth. Oh, okay. That's fine too, I guess. This is what I was looking for now. Nope. That bug is not fixed.
That super straight wrecked that wish. That life bar went down so fast.
Yeah, it's... Okay. That fixed this bug. Cool.
Thank you very much. We wanted to jump into a little something that kind of moves right along.
Okay. Now this is interesting. So why is this happening? Not bad, but...
Feels good. Oh, yes. Put a little on my left shoulder. Put it right over here.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I know, right? Alright. So, basically, I rewrote in a pretty good chunk, just rewriting kind of the way that collisions are are stored in general. And now I have this system where basically if it just stores whether a collision occurred between one attacker and one receiver. And if an attack did happen, it just basically kind of puts that into a hard code. It just puts that into a sort of don't accept any more collision state until there's no more. So until there's 0 collisions between that attacker and that receiver, at least in that direction. And what I do is I store that, and I basically take the diff of that at the end of my for loop here. What was that? Resolve collision? Yeah. In the back of this resolve collision here, and oh, I think I know what's going on. Okay.
What?
Shit. Okay. All right. So I gotta pass in. Shit, man. This shit be complex. All right. Yeah, the game we're working on is called Cerebrawl.
He's been
Yeah.
here. He knows us.
Okay. I was like, alright, cool, on the shift. It is fun. It's very fun when it breaks too. There you go. Alright, I think it works. Now let's see if they can beat on me. Nice. And now, we should also have no stuttering anymore. Sweet! Alright guys, it is fixed.
You did it.
Yay! Alright, so here's the recap. Actually, you know what? I don't have to keep track of all these things. That's what version control is for. Minus all the rewired stuff that I was playing with. They got rid of that before I started working on it. Oh well. Oh, you can see this. Cool. Nice. I have all these stages on. These changes unchanged. Okay. Cool. So, if you were here at the beginning of the stream, you'll remember that basically, whenever two characters collided, they were both frozen. The whole game was frozen for a set amount of time. So what we had to do is kind of make it so that each character is kind of frozen individually. Alright, so the way that works is, here's some code. We removed the global frozen state, and instead we attached a frozen frame count to each character individually. Right here, freeze frames left. We changed the update loop on the character itself to make it so that if the character is frozen, it'll decrement. It'll reduce it by one until it reaches 0, and then it'll actually perform some actions with it. This is a history.push. But anyway, so what happens is if a character is frozen, they won't be interacting with anyone else for the time being. Then we took a look at the collision logic, because the collision logic actually wasn't very clean. It's kind of combined directly with the character state, so we refactored that quite a bit. Basically, what we did is I started keeping track of all the collisions and which ones are occurring simultaneously in between characters in the in this where is it? In this collision state object, this collision object class, or no, in the game engine state itself. So I store information about who's colliding with who, store that over a long period of time, or just store that indefinitely, and then basically I modified the collision resolution to check for, where did that code go? There it is. To basically look at that and see if that collision occurred before there instead. And then I was fixing a few bugs around that. There you go. And basically what happens whenever a collision occurs, it adds the freeze frames to both characters so that they're frozen for, like, you know, however many frames occurred in the game. So, there you go. Yes. One task done.
Hey Mao, what's up?
Hey, it's Mad Guy Mao.
And I'm gonna check that in and not check in any of this rewired stuff.
Oh shit, you got a poker for Christmas. Nice. Did you get the LED version or did you get the PBT keycap version?
Had a ratio for the guy getting hit, and then if it would start animating the character. So if the ratio is 0.5, it would hit freeze for half a frame, but had those hit stun animation. Push pushback and movement would stay the same. I have it set to 1 right now. Doesn't do anything.
I'll just put the UI stuff to the problem. Alright.
Like, here. Yeah, go for it. Oh, nice, dude. Which keycaps did you get? I was really bummed out that those Super Nintendo keycaps were ABS and still $115.
Alright, I hope no one's changed SVN because I'm about to make a giant change here.
I haven't touched it, so you're good.
I've been in Photoshop the whole time.
Nice. That's what I want to add those names on face animation perspective. Yeah, I don't know. We have those two values completely separate from each other right now instead of a ratio. I don't know what the final story is as far as what the hit freeze to starting that stun animation or the hit freeze to stun ratio is like. Maybe Elliot has like a better idea.
Like, you know, I'll be honest, I only just started thinking about it because you brought it up, and I was like, oh yeah, sometimes it does work like that. Shit. But if, you know, that ratio thing, that's going to be an artistic decision in the end instead of a gameplay decision. So, my thought is like get the gameplay working correctly first, and then the aesthetic changes we can do later.
Kind of. I mean, the number of frames that you're frozen though is arguably gameplay.
No, yeah, that's what I mean. So like having it be a ratio would be an aesthetic decision that we do after the fact. Like just getting it working correctly in the lens of gameplay is more important right now, I think.
No.
Oh god. Oh god.
Alright. So, I don't think I'll actually get everything finished, but let's see. Oh wow. I'm glad that more people voted on this, by the way. This is a poll we asked at the beginning of this game. But, that's great. I'm glad I fixed the one that everyone cares about. So, yes. Probably should have looked at the poll again, sorry. But, I see command ring buffer is next. So, let's do that. That sounds like fun. So, what are we talking about when we say command ring buffer? Basically, what we need to do is kind of store. This is how kind of supers. We're planning on doing supers in this game, or rather accepting the commands for supers. Is that over time, as players kind of enter the commands that they want, we store more and more of those into this buffer. For example, you could imagine like quarter circle forward is like, oh sorry, down up, or down forward. But we'll do down first, and then forward, and then like LP or something. Basically, over time, we'll start building up this list of those inputs, and once it matches sort of this other list that we have of what all the commands are, we'll start that command. So this would be like, let's say it's like Hadouken or something. My crappy handwriting. And then like Shoryuken is like, I don't know. My forget. Is it like this or something?
It's a Z.
I wonder, it's a Z, but you're not. But there's no. Most of them
it?
don't do diagonals, right? Or do they?
Oh, I see.
Anyway, let's choose a different one. Let's use like quarter circle back or something.
I forgot that you got different fruit.
And this is like, you know, I don't know. I'm thinking about Judy in Street Fighter has like the
pinwheel kick.
The pinwheel, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't remember the word in English.
By the way, Mao, I have
Guruma.
same keycaps.
Kaiten Kuruma?
Yeah, kaiten is like to rotate, and then Guruma is like to spin around. So yeah, I think that's what the command's called. But anyway, so basically every single frame, right? It'll check that. So let's say that like, oh shit. Let's see if this works. Okay. So if let's say this is frame 1, this comes in, and then we just kind of store that. Frame 2, this comes in, and let's say like frame 8, this comes in. This will still register, and basically we remove really old commands, like ones that are 15 frames or older. So let's say if we're like on frame 17, this is invalid, and this is invalid since they're 15 frames or older.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, so then they won't be considered when we're matching up against our list of specials. So my thinking is we'll have our specials basically use this behavior, and maybe more commands as time goes on as well. We should do diagonals. Okay, we can totally do diagonals too. Sure. All right. I mean, curious to see what the input looks like at the end, but I mean on the joystick it's easy to do a diagonal, so just use a Q. I was planning on using a Q. Thank you for the suggestion. So basically the first thing I need to do is kind of store all the states, all the keys, and kind of what they're used in. Thank you, Willpower. I will keep that in mind. So basically the first thing I need to do is actually store an input per character here.
It's because of
This is actually something new that I'll be doing. So I think what I will do is kind of add this into, I could either add this into the key state here, I could add this into the key state, which is a new kind of data structure, or I could add this into the existing character states, like basically these are the kind of keys that are inputted for that character, or the key sequence. I feel like I want to add this into the character state because we're already storing all this information in here. There's really not much of a point in kind of adding another one. So we want to keep in mind that anything that's older than 15 frames is going to be removed. That's something we'll have to keep in mind. And we'll probably just take in the commands in the order that we're looking for. So, Elliot, here's a question for you.
Sure, let's hear it.
Let's say I have like commands, let's say I have buttons that are kind of in the middle of my sequence that I'm performing, right? So let's say I press down A, right light punch, or down light kick, right light punch. Okay, I could
down A, right.
Yeah, down light kick, like right left light punch.
I mean, as long as you're not stuck in the down light kick,
No, it's not being stuck in at this point. It's more like it's more like, let's say that the key sequence looks like this. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, would this be would we start a Hadoken here?
So the way that this would work is, have I ever told you about option selects? Like, I know I teased at it.
What is it called?
An option select?
Option select.
Yeah.
No, what is that?
This is a example of an option select, what you just wrote down. So if you input this and it doesn't hit anyone, like the light kick doesn't hit anyone, then just the light kick's gonna come out, right? But if it does hit someone and it gets into hit freeze and it cancels, then it turns into low light kick canceled into fireball. Because the cancel interrupts the animation, right? But otherwise, if it doesn't hit anything, you're recovering your light kick. So the fireball doesn't come out. Option select means a sequence of commands where different things happen depending on the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is that. So basically, what would happen here would depend on what happens in game. Like if the low light kick doesn't hit anyone, then just all you get is a low light kick. But if you're close enough to hit someone, then it would be low light kick canceling the fireball. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about it for a second.
Frames is a really low buffer if it hits or not.
I mean, 115 frames is what, a fourth of a second, 250 milliseconds.
15 frames? Yeah, it would be a quarter of a second.
It's a pretty good buffer, if you ask me. But
yeah, I mean, for a light kick, I would say that it's a decent buffer. Depends on how late you delay the LP as well. Yeah. Like if like
I don't know any game that's light kick is 2 frames. That's 30 milliseconds. You wouldn't even see that on the screen, I think.
Oh yeah, that's not something you can react to. It's just
yeah.
Like there are plenty of games that do that.
Really?
He's talking about startup, not the entire move.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand the concept. I'm just thinking about how this fits into my implementation that I was going to do.
I mean, the state machine will probably take care of a good amount of it.
Well, that's the thing is you can do all of this in the state machine if you wanted to. I just wanted to give a nicer way to kind of do the specials.
So, the option select portion of it, I know the state machine can already take care of just because there is right now it's, I mean, even now, like, there's if the opponent's in hit stun condition that you can put in.
Right.
And with just that, the option select will work, but...
Yep.
So, I mean, okay, so if you did down light kick and you held the down, and then did the forward LP, like after the low light kick has already recovered, so you do low light kick and you hold down, light kick recovers, so then you do forward light punch, then the fireball would come out.
It would.
Even if it whiffed.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, holding the direction would keep feeding the what do you call it?
Yeah.
inputs. Yeah.
No, I understand. Okay, we're keeping the inputs. Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the way I was thinking of adding that.
Uh-huh.
Basically, in the engine here,
Mhm.
in the state machine, I'll give it like a second to pop up. It's still loading. I would basically have a new condition that's like input buffer condition, basically. And what it would ask you for is to write down the list of the keys in the order that you wanted them pressed.
Uh-huh.
And then basically what it would do is go down that buffer, and if it found all the matches, it would basically perform that attack. So in your case, what you could do is you could have the light kick. You could make it so that you could cancel into that, right?
Uh-huh.
So if an enemy is frozen and this sequence is pressed, then you go into Fireball. Or you have to wait until the animation is done, and then you can go into Fireball, for example.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we could just implement it that way.
Wait, isn't that how it already works right now?
Yeah. I'm just adding a new convenience to because right now, if you wanted to do the Fireball, you have to create multiple states to kind of transition into that.
I see. It's like the dash condition. What is it? Dash transition condition.
It's like how the dash transition works, but this is just a nicety to make it so that's more aligned along like the quarter. So
Right.
You just enter the key command that you want. Because I'm imagining a future where we have this like base state that everything inherits from, that does like a base ground state and a base crouch state and a base air state that does all that like kind of stores all the initiations into the various moves, and also stores the initialization into the specials, and then everything just extends from that.
Sure.
Right?
So I mean, what you're saying right now is like a quarter circle would be like a down transition state into a down forward transition state into a forward transition state, and it's kind of a pain in the ass to do that.
Right. So if we used input buffer, we could basically not have to do that. Instead, you just have an input buffer condition.
I think that's better too, just because when we code in leniencies and stuff like that, it'll be way easier to do it on a top level than messing around with all these like transition condition elements.
Yeah, you'll have some leniency. Well, that's one kind of leniency, right? You'll still have to code in the cancelings yourself.
Yeah.
The input leniency, is going to be easier if we make it that top level.
Yeah. I like that. Okay, cool.
Okay, I think I'll go forward with my current implementation then.
Sweet.
Yep. Okay. So I think all we really need to do is just have a queue of the input keys. So we'd already got this input key, that we could add things to if we wanted to. Stores every single command that we have, and we'll add the diagonals too. And basically, we'll just store a queue of them that shows you each one in the order that was kind of added in. We probably also want to store the frame that it was used in, so that we can remove all the ones that are older that are 15 frames old, or something like that. Of course, this requires a continually incrementing frame count, which is a little bit annoying, but I guess that's fine. That's planning on higher count, right? So it's 64-bit or something, it's probably fine. So let's add in our key queue. Actually, I bet I could probably just increment it and have the number there. So that probably works.
Pull this off once the size is greater than buffer.
No, I don't agree with that. Just because then you can basically wait a really long time to press your inputs, and then you can wait like 2 minutes after you insert your down. As long as you don't press anything else, you're going to be able to do the Shoryuken or the Hadouken, which I've never seen anything in there that does that.
There was actually kind of a bug that gets exploited a lot in Super Turbo, Street Fighter 2 Super Turbo. I think that's how they coded E Honda's what do you call it? Oicho throw, because you can store the input.
Indefinitely.
Yeah, you just hold on to the down back, I think. And then you just hold it, and if they make a move, you just hit the button, and it comes out. Something like that.
It's funny. Yeah, I mean that's what we're doing. I'm just storing every input and I'm associating the frame that it was stored in. I mean, I could store the past 15 frames and just kind of check that too. But then I'd have to figure out the proper ordering. Yeah, well, I think we're still going to use the state machine for our stuff, so the single button moves are already kind of handled for you. It's really the more complex moves that I don't want to have to create 7 different states that inherit from the same core state off of. So, I mean, we'll still have both options, I think, and it'll be up to, Will and Elliot as far as how much of which one they want to use.
What was that?
I think Will's suggesting that we move all of our attacks over to this sort of system. And I don't really see, I think the state machine, I like how the state machine is flexible right now, and I don't really want to lock down, like, making everything in sort of a move that has to work that way.
Every move?
Yeah. Well, we don't have to, because what I'm doing is implementing something that's going to integrate into our existing system that will also provide buffers as a way to activate moves as well. In contrast, like I'm not removing any functionality. I'm just I'm adding a convenience, basically.
I'm trying to think. Any other moves that should work like that? I just don't see the benefit in adding that to like a normal move or something.
Reversals.
You should have that buffer definable on each move. Single button moves is no buffer, just last frame. Single button moves.
That's basically what we're doing right now, whereas the key condition pressed is the same exact thing.
Yeah. What if you want to handle reversals or normal buffers? What if you want to handle reversals? You want to handle reversals or normal buffers. Normal buffers. Normal buffers. I'm trying to think. Normal buffer. What would that? What would that be? Like mash moves? What if your character is looking off the ground and you want to support pressing a button before being all the way up and then it comes out automatically? Leniency. Always the problem. I don't know. Maybe go full badass and be like, screw you, you gotta learn how to do it right.
I I mean, are you allowed to do that normally? Can you press a button while I'm on the ground and it'll just come out immediately?
There are small windows in games like Street Fighter 4, but like Street Fighter 2, there's none of that. You have to get it perfectly.
Yeah.
Like reversals used to be pretty difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll let you control that. We could use a bit mask for this and have each command be like a bit in that array.
That's
And
true.
I guess if you're checking input, you would just basically check every register in the list and just move up along it. Let's show the last 15. Yeah, then at least you don't have to store the timestamp. That's a good plan. All right. Yeah, I think we'll do the bit mask.
It's true. I mean, STA willpower, like that'll probably depend on like how powerful reversals are. Because if it's like Street Fighter 4 where there are really good uppercuts on wake up, then I'll probably be. Then me and Will probably be pretty heartless and be like, well, if your uppercut's good, then screw input leniency. You better get that shit right. But I don't know. That is true. I don't know. Food for thought. It is true. It is something to think about.
I mean, I think what we're going to be doing is adding the functionality to the game now. So if we want to take advantage of the buffer more, I think we'll have that control.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like we're not making any hard and fast decisions today.
Uh-huh.
I think we're just trying, we're trying things out. We know that it'll definitely work out for what we want to do with the specials, and I think, if it works out for more than that, we can just change the state machine more. It's not a huge deal.
Yeah, I mean, there is a part of me that's like, a lot of times I'll overthink stuff and then nothing gets done. So sometimes, like more often than not, it's better to just like, just put it in. We'll fix it when we run into problems.
So the first thing we'll have to do is actually attach a value to each input key here. So hopefully C's bit shift stuff still works. Shift right. Just to the left, but not to the right. Yeah, so. Actually, we don't even have to hard code that, we just have the input key. We already know that input key is going to have an enum value, so we can just populate those in there. What should we do here? Q. And then we'll just have, honestly, a 32-bit integer is probably fine for this purpose. We can always up that later. Yeah, that's what bit shifting does. It's when you shift to the right by 1, it multiplies it by power of 2. So the way that we kind of do our thing here is we take an input key set here. Dictionary of input keys. So you could probably just have a hash set. Probably. Key here. Well, I need to know if they're pressed or not. So I guess we'll just take the whole thing. If you change the order of the enum, you're going to mess up the input for your moves. Yeah, but the thing is, we're not storing this in a database or anything. It's just being stored in memory. So as long as the people restart the game after we do a rebuild, which, you know, they're going to get final builds, it's not going to be a problem, I think. Like I'm not going to have people do hard-coded states. Oh, but I think the serializer might have some problems with that. So yeah, I mean, typically when you're adding enums in general, I don't think you ever reorder them, if possible. Although I think when Full Inspector serializes enums, it actually uses the fully qualified name. So even if you do change the order, you'll still get the correct enum when you deserialize. So I don't know if Unity does it that way, but I know Full Inspector does. So that's a nicety right there. No, the way that we're going to define it is using the enum values directly, and Full Inspector is going to handle the serialization of that. And here, I'll show you. So when Full Serializer serializes something, it's not Sublime, it's called Atom. Yeah, okay, cool, you got it. So, yeah, if you look at, hopefully this won't fall, but if you look at like kind of how we're doing it in here, we don't, so our current transitions are also keying off of various commands, right? If you look at these key conditions here, they're actually, you'll notice that this is actually one of the enums that we're choosing here. And when that enum gets serialized, it's actually serializing this name in contrast to the enum value itself. So it depends on kind of how you manage it. If you manage it by the value directly or the integer value, then yeah, it's going to be a problem. But we manage it by just the string name. So it turns out that this particular thing will actually allow us to reorder the enums if we really wanted to. Although I highly doubt that we actually want to do that. It seems unlikely. So key dots, key and value. Okay, cool. And then we'll have our var values equals 0 and set value equals key dot value dot pressed. Hit shift by the integer value of key. And you don't like that because you cannot convert. Oh, key dot key. And you don't like that because cannot be applied to operand of type bool. Oh, I see. Oops. One shifted over by that. Cool. And then we'll say Q dot. Is it pushback? No, add. What is the interface for Q? C#. Do you handle the order at which you check those moves by the list? Yeah. Yep. This is all order dependent. So you have to do some shuffling here in the case where there's a key that's used in more than one place. So in the case where, for example, like the assist call uses the same keys as the super punch, you want to put this, if the super punch takes higher priority when you press like heavy punch and heavy kick, and if assist call was like heavy punch and medium punch, and you wanted Super Punch to take effect when you hit the 3 of them, then you'd have to put Super Punch kind of higher up at that list. And that's kind of how we handle move priority right now. Although I realize that I think given your approach of the actions of each move kind of being in a larger roster, you probably have like a priority that you set there, or that list is kind of like the priority scheme. Okay. That's NQ and DQ. Sure. For now, I think we'll just have a static value, and then I think we'll just see. We'll just say that every command can choose how far back it kind of starts at that result. That's kind of what you were saying, right? So queue size 30, and queue size. Cool. And maybe we can just provide an input here that says public rule and matches. And then we'll say it's like a list of key of inputs. And then command, and then we'll say really click on, and then we'll say and frames back. That's the command that's inputted starting from frames back. We cache 100, and then each move defines. Yeah. Yep, that makes a lot of sense. I think the far back is totally something you need to have configurable. It might be worth it to sort them based on their actual input value. Quarter circle forward would be above, down. Yeah, I think, I mean, we could make those sort of judgments on a global scale. And I think that's definitely something that we will do once we kind of have a concrete idea of what we want the priority to look like. Although it's pretty clear that it's going to be like, you know, the specials first, and then the heavy attacks first, and then the lighter attacks second. But yeah, I think we'll probably lock that down at some point. For now, though, like I said, my main goal is to provide these guys the tools they need to make their choices, and then I'll just provide more and more conveniences, and then we'll strip out the pieces that we don't need at the very end. But we can do 100. There's no reason why I can't do that. I mean, actually, we'd only... No, I see that's for input, yeah. Start inputs back. And then this will probably need a rollback as well. So this is to handle the netcode. We'll need to be able to roll back a certain number of frames. So that'll be fun. That means we'll have to like enqueue the first one or something like that. Bar num frames to keep equals QQ dot size dot count. Yeah, and this is probably another reason to kind of keep it larger, is so that we can actually roll back and not lose frames that would be important to the gameplay. not like a great way to just remove the ones you want. I think this is pretty straightforward, so I'll just probably just implement my own queue. Static, nope. And position. And then we'll have protected and elements. And then we'll have yes. So we'll have void here. Void here and value, and that would be yeah, this is probably called start index. Last index. So it's 0. So what we'll do is we'll say last index value. Actually, oh, this is probably next index. Let's see. Next index would be 0. The initial case is kind of annoying here. Yeah. No, the next index should be 0. Actually, you just need a size, I guess. So start index, next start index equals value, start x plus size plus. If size is greater than say max size. Then actually you don't even have to do that, yeah. Size. And we'll just say size is less. What's up, Gligo? How's it going?
Lego, hello.
Joined with 2 minutes left in the stream.
Good timing, Gligo. Great timing.
There you go. That's kind of how that should be valid. We'll say our start index is equal to why did I call it start index? I should call this last index. Current index. Start index 2.
Oh, thanks, man.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that is awesome. Thank you so much.
Wait, did you come from the R Kappa forums?
Actually, I'll do that. Nice! You did come from the arc.
Did come from the R Kappa
Awesome.
forums.
Yeah, nice. Cool. Well, welcome.
We just found the Arcappa forums the other day, or our thread at least.
Yeah, we just
We're like,
found our thread.
"Woo!"
Someone sent us an email about posting it this morning. Said that they were spreading the game for us, which was really, really nice of them. Ended up in total with 16 sales today, I believe, which is very good.
It is. Oh, I hate to be that guy, guys, but
Oh yeah, it's midnight.
does Yusuke know the midnight tradition?
I do.
Do you? Oh, yes.
Let me
Fantastic.
put it on. The screen.
Oh, I can't hear this at all. I should probably.
Oh, that's fine. I think I need to. Oh no, I need to do something special to make it work. Hold on. Because it won't. Oh, there we go. Excellent.
Wait, is it working?
It's working. It's going.
How?
Congratulations.
It's going on right now?
Yeah, it's on there.
Congratulations.
There we go. There it is. Congratulations, buddy. Y'all did it.
Congratulations,
Survived.
guys. Thank you
Survived the
for
5
joining
hours.
us.
Thank you, Yusuke, for hosting a stream.
Congratulations.
Thanks a lot for having me. And thanks a lot for Willpower. Great discussions with you tonight.
OmniShift, thanks for coming.
Yep.
Ligo, thanks for coming.
We made it. Very end.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Dad.
See
Thanks,
you.
my mom, all the kids.
See you on
Congrats.
Wednesday. If you haven't had a chance yet, go check out our Discord, etc., etc. Donate, all of those good things. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you very soon. See ya.